Good afternoon, a very warm welcome here to Doha in Qatar, looking down on the starting area of today's Men's Under-23 World Road Race Championship. We're going to bring you that shortly. Let's take a look at Doha.
We will have Denmark.
36 degrees centigrade now. The wind speed 15 kilometers an hour. But I don't know about that. I think it's a little bit windier than we are making out on the little caption there, because certainly it feels like there is wind picking up around this World Road Race Championships. Well, thank you for joining us. We've got the riders now signing on. That's one of the Belgian riders, Enzo Wouters, just signing his name. That was Corentin Ermino. And number 36 there is Jeffrey Curran of the United States of America. Followed immediately by number 93, that's Simon Rakita. One of the Norwegian riders about to sign on. He's one of the race favourites, Christopher Halvorsen, getting himself ready for today's race. So this race then, 165.7 kilometres of racing. The riders riding out to the finishing line, and then after that 10 laps of this circuit of 15.2 kilometres to decide who is the world champion of the men's under-23 road race. The peloton now all lined up at the race start and about to get things underway. This race starting in 6 minutes time now. Just now trying to keep everybody nice and cool here on the start line. And a few riders making their way there. Right, Rob, this is a big peloton of riders on the circuit like this. 188 riders will be taking to the race start today. As we look down on the previous winners here, Kevin Ledanois was the winner in Richmond for a very good day for France. They took the gold and they took the bronze medal. Sven-Erik Byström was the winner in 2014 with a great breakaway in Ponferrada. Matti Morik also on there, as was Lusenko. Let's just take a look back for a moment at what happened previously. It was Eddie Dunbar of Ireland who was on the attack for a long, long time. The cobbles played some part in the overall win, but at the finish line, Ledanois took the victory. A great final attack up the climb in Richmond to beat Consoni of Italy and Anthony Turgis of France. Well, 188 riders on the start list, but we already know we've got 187 riders as we look down here, because the British rider Scott Davis will not take to the race start. He had a training accident and dislocated his finger. So, Rob, 10 laps of this circuit. We know the circuit already. We're going to ride out to the line, 13.7k, and then 10 laps of 15.2 kilometres. 187 riders in this field. Very, very warm today. Very intense. What do you think? What are we expecting to see today?
It's a big crit. It really is. You know, these riders, many of them will know the circuit from the time trial that they did a few days ago. This is the circuit that was based on the under-23 time trial, and you know, the course has been open for training. And as we can see, there are one or two bends. There are, in fact, on the circuit you actually hit either a roundabout or a bend 24 times per lap.
Wow.
10 laps. You do the maths. 240
wow.
bends to negotiate. Now, over the 2 laps of the time trials that we were seeing, it's quite technical, not overly technical for an individual rider. This is a peloton of 187 riders now. So it's probably not a bad thing that we've lost one rider. It's a shame it's one of our guys, obviously, from the UK. But yeah, we don't want to see that. But unfortunately, you know, that was, there we go, number 20, Scott Davis, who is unfortunately not actually on the start. He was unable to sign on. So yeah, basically it is going to be a technical course. The wind is getting up a little bit. The heat is something, you know, midday already, 36 degrees, and I think that will probably gradually rise over the next hour or so, and then start to die off at the end of the race. That said, there will then be a lot of residual heat being bounced back up into the riders' faces off the road. You know, the land really is soaking it up, the ground. So conditions heat-wise will stay fairly constant, I would imagine. We've spoken to one or two of the riders, you know, off the back of the time trial yesterday. Some are saying, actually, it's not that bad out there. You know, we've done the preparation for it, we've training for it, and you know, there are obviously some riders who cope better with the heat, better than others. But then some of the other riders who you would expect, you know, from generally hot nations, and they're saying, you know what, it really is stifling out there. And I think part of it is, if you are struggling, if you're not quite on top form, that is certainly something that will play a part. But it's going to be difficult conditions for everybody. Some will cope better than others, for sure. It's
been interesting hearing about people's preparation over the last few days, and hearing the different ways that people have prepared. And we've talked a little bit about it as we look here through the starting list. Tony Martin won yesterday, and he trained in his bathroom with a heater on to get some sort of feeling of how it was going to be. And he said everyone was laughing at him, but it was fine. That's how he prepared. Ryan Mullen, who was in the hot seat all day yesterday, he trained in a sauna on his turbo trainer.
I think it's fair to say Tony Martin must have an extremely sympathetic wife if he's training in the bathroom. But it paid off, didn't it? And that's the thing, if you can expose yourself to these kind of conditions. You know, there are many riders here who kind of live and train under these conditions, but those who don't quite so much, then yeah, you have to try and adapt and prepare yourself as best as possible, and not just use the few days, the week or so that before you come into this competition to do that. So the more that you can help yourself to prepare, you are giving yourself a fighting chance. And certainly for those two riders, it paid off, didn't it? It paid hugely.
It did. The performance of Tony Martin was stunning. We saw him at breakfast this morning, and he was with Marcel Kittel, and they were just reflecting on the brilliant win of him yesterday. He looks like he's totally recovered. No worries at all.
He was out on the circuit this morning as well when we arrived with the Germans. I saw him just alongside Andre Greipel, and what a team they've got. And this is part of the team structure. Ideally for teams here, you want some good riders for time trialing. You want the rouleurs, because for the sprinters, there's no doubt that it's going to be a sprinter's course. It certainly suits that on paper. but you will also need, because of the sort of circuit that it is, you need technically experienced riders, good riders who can ride on the lefts and the rights, keep good position in the peloton, because that is going to be crucial in the, you know, especially in the final few laps. But even early on, if you're out of position, if you're down the back of the peloton, you're going to give yourself an awfully hard ride all the way round to the finish.
These riders then are about to roll away from the start. It's a colourful peloton. 165.7 kilometres, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and we'll find out in around about 4 hours who is going to be the world champion of the under-23 road race. We've got lots of riders to talk about as things start. The Call of Nations brings the riders to the start line, and they go in the order of the start list, which means that if you're one of the smaller nations, you do start right at the back of this field. So the last rider to be called to the start line would have been the Uzbekistan rider, Sunatov Akramjon, would have been the very last rider to be called to the start in the peloton. All the major nations are given the advantage of going to the front, and the defending champions also the first nation to be called, which would have been France, followed by Norway and Italy, Great Britain, Belgium, Russia, United States, Denmark. So it's the big nations immediately who go to the front, and that you might not think straight away it is an advantage, but as Rob touched on, if you are at the back, it's going to take you forever to get anywhere near the front, and if you've got 240 roundabouts or corners to go through, you're just wasting energy all of the time, as we see the first rider just sneaking off the front here. Little bit of a move for rider from the Czech Republic.
Well, here you've got a good indication. You know, the front riders, they can go across those roundabouts. Even though they're going across, they still have to slow down further back. So the closer to the front you are, here you can see the riders, they can pretty much pedal their way through. They're not having to brake. They take their own speed. And there we've already got a crash further back down, because riders are slowing down, and if you're not concentrating, you just clip wheels. And there we've already got riders in all sorts of bother. And
first rider is down, and that is the rider from Tunisia. That looks like Ali Nouzri, who's on the deck, one of the French riders also.
So that's, you know, that's not a good start already. You know, you're trying under these conditions. The more energy that you can save, the better throughout today's race. And it can be very difficult, you know, to come back from something like this. It really does add up. And here you can just see them as they enter the roundabout. There's just a little clip of a wheel on the inside of that roundabout there, and obviously the kind of the shock wave of that, it goes out. You just have to maneuver around, and riders just clip a wheel, clip their bars, touch the bars, and they go down across on the right-hand side of the road. And, you know, that's not a great start. It really isn't.
No.
As we see the first attack and riders trying to go off the front.
Two riders then going clear, and one of the Swiss team and one of the USA riders going clear off the front of this peloton immediately. We will see under-23 racing with a plan. These riders very experienced. Some of these riders are riding already for World Tour teams. Some riders also will be going to World Tour teams for next season. So United States of America, Switzerland, and also coming across, looks like maybe one rider for France. Another crash.
Oh, wow. I mean, if this is what we're going to be seeing throughout the race, then, well, it'll be last man standing, pretty much.
It will be.
There's Australia in there.
Ireland also, Matthew Teggart. The rider there is one of the Hong Kong China riders, Chuho San, who is left to the side of the road, an Eritrean rider. The Irish rider is Matthew Teggart, who's left there.
And there we've got one of the riders who was looked like he was chasing from the previous crash. And of course, the cars have to stop. And this is one of the other things. Oh, you know, it's young guys. They're all keen. And I think this is, you know, many of the riders who are coming up to race in the next day or two will no doubt be watching the TV and getting information back and thinking, oh, no.
This is what it's going to be like.
Now you can see the mechanic from Hong Kong nearly door handles one of the riders trying to come up through.
Well, we'll take a look at this breakaway because it sounds like it's building a little bit of an advantage now. It sounds like it's got around about 8 seconds. But they are being brought back now by another little group of riders. So we've got a few riders going clear here.
It's about 8 or 10 riders just starting to go clear. And obviously, you know, depending on the nations involved will depend on who is chasing on the front of the peloton, obviously. You know, if you can get a rider up in the break, it can take an awful lot of pressure off your teammates, but it doesn't look at this stage like the peloton they want to let that go. It looks like a French rider. It's very difficult to see on the monitor, but certainly one of the riders on the front of the peloton doing a big turn. He doesn't want this to go away. He doesn't want it contained. No. He wants it contained, I should say.
That's the Swiss rider Chappy at the front who goes through, but it looks like it is starting to come back. Although the French rider leaving a nice big gap here, and it's going to be coming down to one of the big nations who comes across.
Yeah, as we were, you know, talking before that first crash, you know, your combination of riders in a team on a circuit like this, you obviously need 1 or 2 sprinters. To be the riders who you are looking after and trying to get up to the front in the final. But then also you need good, strong riders. There are some very good time trialists within this group who can obviously do the leading out, do all the donkey work, do all the hard work for your sprinters, and you keep them in there, keep them in a good position. If you're languishing further down the back all day long, even if you're in the wheels and not getting caught out in crashes, here you can see just how fast the guys are having to go, and you get whiplashed off the back. And here already we've got one of the riders who is starting to struggle. That's the Tunisian rider.
Ali Nouzri is the rider who gets dropped there. One of the Ukrainian riders goes out of the back of the field. Very fast tempo. This front group splitting, and around about maybe 12 riders going clear now off the front of this peloton.
Yeah.
But you can just see how fast it is, Rob. And there is a danger here, isn't there, in this race, that because it's flat and it's hot and so many twists and turns and roundabouts, that the peloton can literally split into 3 or 4 parts if you're not careful.
Yeah, and if it splits up, it can be extremely difficult to get a concerted chase going as well from the peloton, just because of the type of course that we've got. You know, if it was big, long, if we had 5, 10, 12 kilometers of big, open, flat road, you can obviously see the group ahead of you and you can get a good chase going. But on a circuit like this, where it's very technical, certainly for a peloton, a large group, then it can be a lot easier, and it plays into the hands of a group trying to go clear and trying to stay out front and ahead of a chasing peloton.
Looks like 13 riders who are just in front here, but the race is coming back together, and the peloton is about to make the junction now, and then we'll see whether another breakaway manages to go. It looked like the Dutch team that time who were bringing the race nicely back together. We're going to see these lovely shots, aren't we, all the time, of the riders going left and right round these roundabouts, taking up all the road and then coming back together. But that, of course, is where you get crashes and everything. The race continues with a very, very high pace at the front right now, and it looks like that first breakaway of the day is now nullified as it all comes back together. 159 kilometres remain.
And, you know, again, just with this circuit, the conditions, the heat, it's going to be a very tiring race indeed. You know, 4 odd hours out there. You cannot relax at all on a race like this. You will be constantly fighting for position. And if you're not fighting up front for position, that means you're going to be getting dropped further and further back, which means you can relax a little, but at the same time you're having to accelerate harder out of the bends. This one is not too bad. It's a nice big roundabout here, and everybody pretty much.
Whoops.
Another crash, and you know, that's the thing, is there some sand on some of the bends, or was it another touch of wheels? Quite possibly. But you just cannot relax at all, and nervous energy is something that will really start to come into play later on in this race as well. So there are going to be some extremely tired heads as well as legs later on tonight back in the hotel.
Well, the rider who is left at the side of the road is one of the Italian riders, and this is Filippo Ganna, who is now waiting for a wheel change. I was trying to work out where he was. Like, the bike was there, but he was nowhere to be seen.
He was nowhere, not at all. And, you know, the Italians can do without this. They've got a very strong squad here. Second, the silver medalist from last year, and there, well...
Where was he?
There's the bike. He melted into the ground.
I still can't see where he ended up. Anyway, Filippo Ganna, one of the riders who certainly they'll be using as a lead-out man. He's individual pursuit world champion, national time trial champion. He's now got a very long chase to get himself back into this peloton. But he must have, I don't know, ended up on the bank or something like that by the looks of things. This is the big loop where you work your way all around. If you're right at the back of the peloton here, you can see everyone disappearing down the other side of the road. And if you're suffering, then you're really going to suffer to get back in. So this is the big loop that brings us from the south area of the Pearl back onto Pearl Boulevard to run back in towards the finishing area.
And this is about the longest stretch without a bend. There is a roundabout around 3/4 of the way down this section of road, but this is where you can really start to open up. And here you can see a little bit more of relaxation at this point with the peloton. You know, they're riding from gutter, from left to right, and just closing the road down a little bit. Just one rider going clear, so obviously a lot more easier to contain one lone rider. If this was a group of 5 or 6, then there would be a little bit more nerves, a little bit more action in the peloton. And here again, you can see the riders on the front. They're riding on the tops. They're riding nice and relaxed. Meanwhile, these guys further down the back, and they are, you know, they're having to fight in the wheels because they're having to accelerate out of these bends. You have to brake a lot harder than the riders on the front. So you're even though your average speed is obviously the same as the riders on the front, your minimum speed is a lot lower and your maximum speed is a lot harder. So you're basically essentially doing a lot more set of intervals than riders on the front.
This rider going clear is Tom Verken of Luxembourg, who looks like he's got a little bit of an advantage. One of the French riders racing across to try and join up. Now, if you don't watch bike racing very often right from the start of the race, you don't normally get to be able to see this. And Rob, this is really what bike racing is. This is the moment where they are trying to get the breakaway of the day underway, and you get constant attacks. And this is for many people, apart from the finish, this is the best part of a bike race.
It is. It really can be a nervous time, and sometimes the break will go straight away, and other times it takes a little while. Sometimes 20 minutes, half an hour, sometimes up to an hour for a break to actually get itself united and get itself up the road, and then the peloton is happy for that to go clear. Here it's you know, we're seeing that. But the racing takes care of itself within reason, just because of the amount of twists and turns that we've got. It is almost like a crit. It should be, you know, a fast race today, even with the amount of bends, just because of the fighting that the riders will be doing. And here again is one of the that's that tight turn, that tight 90-degree turn. And again, the riders further back, they're already having to brake, and they're 50, 60 yards out from the bend, and still having to brake. And then here is where they really accelerate hard. You can see riders on the front of the bunch, they're having a drink, a nice relaxed drink. They're relaxed up on the tops. The riders further back, they're on the drops. They're having to sprint hard out the bends just to get themselves back. And that's that concertina effect that we see.
Another 3 riders going clear. Again, just trying to break the will of the rest of this peloton. One of the Eritrean riders is there. This was the final rider to sign on for these World Championships. Akram John Sunatov of Uzbekistan, not going to have a day in the peloton, which is a little bit of a shame. And another rider here. This is the Irish rider, still trying to get back to the peloton, which is the rider who was dropped with the crash, Matthew Teggart. He's coming back slowly but surely, but it's taken him a while.
Yeah, he's a decent time trialer, Taggart, but he's going to need to use that to his best of his ability. That and all the vehicles. He is back within the cars now, which will certainly help him. But again, this is, you know, if he wants to be here at the end of the race, either looking after his own intentions or his teammates, then, you know, he really could do without this fight so early on in the race.
These riders then going clear, and it is 3 riders, I think, who have got into this breakaway group. The 3 riders are Incorn of the Netherlands. Also in here is Gebres Gibia of Eritrea. And the final rider who's in that group is Biko of the Portuguese team, who have gone clear, and they're starting to open up a little bit of an advantage. So the 3 riders, number 52, Incorn of the Netherlands, number 113, Gebres Gabia of Eritrea, and Biko of Portugal, the 3 riders who've managed finally to get a little bit of an advantage on the rest of the field. Yeah,
this is the first group that we've seen who have been able to break the elastic. And we've seen some good shots from within the peloton there. It looked fairly relaxed, but just, you know, the close proximity with the riders. And it's understandable why there are so many crashes. You know, it was a straight section of road where we got that camera shot from, that onboard camera from whichever rider that it was. So you can imagine you've got to sit within that group and potentially negotiate 240 bends or roundabouts within that peloton. It's no wonder why there is the likelihood of havoc in amongst the peloton. And so certainly for these 3 riders, it's going to be a little bit of an easier job. Psychologically, it's easier because you're up the road. It takes the pressure off yourself. It takes the pressure off your teammates because they're happy and content within the peloton. They don't have to chase, and all the pressure is obviously put on amongst the other teams for their riders if they want to bring this back.
The riders then going to come through the finishing line for the first time. Then they've got 10 laps of racing. The 3 riders, Incorn in the orange of the Netherlands, Gebres Gabia of the Eritrean team, and Biko of Portugal. They're the 3 attackers right now who have gone clear of this peloton, trying to build their advantage. We're hearing now that the advantage is 30 seconds already on the rest of the peloton. And they seem to be working pretty well together. It's the Eritrean rider who is setting the tempo on the front. 35 seconds we're now hearing on Radio Tour is the advantage for these 3 riders as they make their way now up to the finishing line, and they will then go out on the first of the 15.2 kilometre loops, which is pretty much the same as what you've seen. It's just the starting areas in a very slightly different place. 10 laps to go for these 3 riders, and we'll see what the advantage is as the peloton make its way through. They go past our commentary box just below us. We're able to see exactly what is going on. The peloton don't look like they're very interested, and everyone's looking around at each other. A few nations represented on the front. Great Britain are not interested in chasing. Neither are Spain. The Canadian team don't look too bothered either.
No, and that's, you know, this is one of the things with having the race. You know, it's a pretty long race on this kind of circuit. You know, had they knocked it down 40, 50 kilometres, that would obviously entice everybody to race, because it means that there's less distance to be able to bring a group back, and it means that you're not quite as scared and put off of racing, especially where it is so hot. But you know, this is what the riders have got to put up with today, and they don't need to panic just yet. Just the 3 riders out front, and there are, you know, some big nations who have missed this, obviously, with some very good sprinters in there. And this is one of the calm sections as well of the circuit. And they've got a couple of bends. They've got a couple of bends to do, and then they go back past the start line, and then, well, the fun could very well all start again.
You said it was calm as the helicopter hovered over our commentary box.
Calm in the race.
20 metres above us. Oh dear. If you'd like to join us on Twitter at Rob Hales1, at Ant McCrossan. This breakaway is going to be out there for a while now. 50 seconds the advantage. The Eritrean rider getting a bit animated, not happy with his team in the feeding area.
He wants a drink.
Was
that Robbie Hunter there from South Africa?
We were talking to him, what, was it last night, the night before? Robbie Hunter here looking after
all the days are merging into one. I think it was yesterday.
Was it?
I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, the heat hasn't got to us yet. Although they've opened the back door in the commentary box to let some air in. It must be too cold for us or something like that, apparently. Here we are on board. So we've got onboard cameras, 3 different onboard cameras in the peloton, which we can switch between, which is great to see. Live cameras in a road race is quite difficult to do. You have to take the camera, transmit it from a motorbike, and then it then goes up to the helicopter, up to the plane, and back down to the outside broadcast truck, which is positioned just behind us here in the commentary position. But it gives you an idea, Rob, doesn't it, of what it's like in this peloton right now?
Yeah, especially when you get the helicopter shots, it all looks nice and calm and serene, and the riders are just negotiating the bends, most of them. Yeah. But yeah, when you're within the wheels, it's it can be quite treacherous out there, and an awful lot of action going on, a lot of shouting as well.
Yeah.
A few words.
I can imagine today there's going to be more shouting than normal because people are going to get tired more quickly, they're going to get hot, they're going to get bothered. And
frustration, frustration is something that could very well play a part.
You were talking beforehand about races you've ridden which are very hot races where you see how people react to the heat. And this is a very high heat, there's no doubt about it. But other races you've ridden like Langkawi and other races, you do see people react in all different ways. Some people deal with it, some people don't.
You do. I mean, in Central Europe, obviously, in the summer, it can be, this kind of temperature. But you get dehydrated, and some of the manoeuvres that riders make, some of the decision-making that is done by riders, especially in the latter stages of races, sometimes you can see someone attack, and you think, what have they done that for? There's no real rhyme nor reason. I've done it in commentary before where, so what's going on here? It's like, I don't know. I just have no idea why this move. Maybe there is a reason within the team, but from the outside, there seems to be no logic to it. And sometimes there is. And more often than not, the chances are under these kind of hot conditions where you're really putting your body, you're asking an awful lot of it. You start to get dehydrated, and decision making at the back end of races can be quite strange.
Yeah. Well, let's see how this race does unfold. The race situation, if you're just joining us, Incorn of the Netherlands, Gebreskabia of Eritrea in that multicoloured kit, and Biko of Portugal. But there's 2 riders trying to sneak across now to join up with them. They're Muller of Switzerland and Gomez of Colombia. These are the 2 riders who are closing the gap into this leading group of riders. So 3 ahead, 2 in the middle, and then the peloton, and then they are confirmation on the screen. Number 63, Muller of Switzerland, and number 67, Gomez, are the 2 riders just trying to pedal their way across to this leading group. Joining up with them, and then that'll add a little bit more firepower to this leading group. They're now around about 30 seconds behind, so they've closed 15 seconds on the rest of the peloton, and they'll just work well together. The Colombians in the white, the Swiss rider with the red and green on the kit, and Switzerland, a very good team in here with Tom Bowley. He was 12th in 2015, and he's a stage winner in the 3 days of West Flanders, a member of the BMC team. Gomez, a very good Colombian. They've got Daniel Martinez, who's in their team. Who's just won the mountains classification. Another big crash here.
Another
very
one.
Big crash.
Is this on the same? Could very well be on the same roundabout as well, I think.
Yep, I think it is.
So, they'll get it in the end. They'll get there in the end, I'm sure. But it is going to create a lot of problems for many of the riders here. You can see one of the Canadians. He's requires neutral service there from Shimano.
That's Nicholas Masbaran of Canada. Just wanted to make sure the Shimano car didn't go past. He'd rather go neutral service than wait for his team car. So his team car must be a long, long way down the convoy, or else will he have one? I'm sure he will have.
Well, you would have certainly hoped so. There are, with 55 nations, there aren't actually 55 team cars, because some of the smaller nations with only 1 or 2 riders, they actually have to share a team car with another nation, which again, it would be good actually to have some onboard footage of some of those cars, because you have to draw lots on obviously who's going to drive. You generally don't have a neutral driver. It'll be one or the other of the team managers. And here you can see the Austrian rider. He's having a bad time, and
he's not happy at all.
Patrick Jaeger. Yeah, it's there's no wonder that he's getting frustrated.
I wonder why he didn't go with the neutral service either. It would have been a lot quicker for him to do that.
Edged his bets a little bit.
Here we go. This is the crash.
Maybe he's on Campag.
Maybe
Who knows?
He is. That's true. And it was the Austrian rider who was one of the first who was down on the deck. Canadian rider made a good decision there, didn't he? Straight away, give me a wheel out of the neutral service and I'll just get straight back into the race. There's confirmation of what's going on. 146 kilometres to go. 22 seconds to this chasing group of 2 and 24 then to the peloton. So add that up, that gives you 46 seconds, 45 seconds. Now, between the front group of riders and the peloton, the Eritrean rider making some interesting decisions.
There you go, already deciding to go to the left.
Oh, strange.
And straight back on. Perhaps he's doing a bit of team pursuit training as well. Got to remember to change to the right, though, on the track.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, he'll be taking the commissaires out. But, it's interesting to note the Swiss rider Müller trying to come across there. There we go. One of the Swiss riders was trying to get in that first break as well, so no doubt that was part of the team plan. We saw it last night, didn't we? Several teams in the hotels. We were going through all these guys having their pre-race meetings, and no doubt the meeting this morning as well, just to recap on exactly plans of what they would want to do, trying to foresee things that will happen throughout the race. And no doubt the Swiss were one of the teams who are saying we need you in an early break just to get that covered and just try and police things from the front.
It was interesting walking around last night, seeing everybody in their different little meetings between the different hotels that we were in. We saw the Germans all having a meeting. We saw Hong Kong, China having one meeting, and can't remember what other nation.
The Aussie guys, the Aussie lads were having.
Yep. So everyone getting together, trying to work the plans out. The team managers had their meetings last night, being told what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. The Eritrean rider, for those of you who don't know much about him, he was a trainee, a rider who was taken as a stagiaire for the Dimension Data for Quebecer team, and he was 5th in the African Road Race Championships, and he's done pretty well so far in African racing. He's been a team time trial African champion, 22 years of age, and will ride for Dimension Data for Quebecer. The Colombian rider working well with the Swiss rider Müller, trying to come across. Now they are closing in, Rob. 13 seconds now is the advantage.
And now, there we go. Stop thief. I mean, this is the other thing, for fueling. It's very important that you keep hydrated, and it's good to see that the UCI have relaxed the rules on feeding, and they can actually take on board fluid and energy from the word go right up until, I believe, 6 kilometres to go today, which is, I think that's a very wise decision. And here we go. We've got the first of, the real big splits up front. It doesn't look like it should be overly open with any kind of wind. That wind seems to be dying a little bit, if anything, here on the finish line, but it can be different conditions, even though the circuit is all within quite a close proximity. Depending on the buildings, obviously a lot of high-rise here, that can funnel, but a little bit of damage being done up front. Can't quite see yet which nation or nations it is who is pushing on the front, but that just means that for these leaders out front, that's dangerous for them, but also these poor guys further down on the bottom of the screen, you can see them all trying to fight for the wheels and just hang in, and they're just in for the ride. They're just passengers at this moment.
Yep, the little split going on at the front, and it's because just everyone is under a lot of pressure. And suddenly the gap opens, someone not concentrating, or the wind is blowing a little bit. And as the riders and the teams get used to this circuit, they'll know where the wind direction is coming from. They'll know exactly where then to push on the tempo, going through the feeding area now. And as Rob mentioned, normally in bike racing, 50 kilometers is the point where you're allowed to start feeding, and then you're not allowed to take on any more food or drink with 20 kilometers to go. But last night in the team managers meetings, they were told feed and drink right from the start up till 6 kilometers to go. And they've added the motorbikes into the peloton so that the riders can be looked after very quickly, because of the team cars trying to get up on this circuit. So in the Tour de France, in the mountains, you will have seen that you have the motorbikes with the water bottle carriers on the back. That's exactly what they've done here. So the riders, as you saw, the Colombian rider, can ride up, they can take a bottle. So there's no concern that a rider can't get feeding, can't get drink at the right time.
Yeah, if you can imagine, you know, these guys, they're certainly not going to wait for their team car. That's way behind them at the moment. And also, as we've seen on a couple of occasions in the time trials, if you're trying to take fuel from the side of the road, normally the feed station would be on a climb.
Yeah.
There are none of those here.
No, exactly.
In fact, the home straight is actually the biggest gradient on the circuit, and that's,
you walked up that today. How hard was that for you to make your way up that climb?
I don't walk as a rule.
Yeah.
And under the blazing sun, my poor young fair skin really did suffer. So yeah, it's I mean, it's not a game changer. It's not going to change the result in any way. But yeah, it's just a little bit of a drag, just the final 150 meters. So normally you put it on a drag, obviously, because the riders are going a lot slower, so they have a little bit more time to be able to take a feed from static side of the road. Here, you know, one or two riders have missed that, because the quicker you're going, obviously, the harder it is to pick up a bottle. So yeah, having the motorbikes, it's, you know, we're seeing it more and more often, and that's a good thing. So they can come up alongside, and you know, neutral service for wheels and neutral service for feeding as well, because, you know, high on the priority should be the health and well-being of the riders, obviously.
These riders are at the back of the race. The Iranian rider, Rajabik Bujkazmeh of Iran is there, and he's with O'Loughlin. I think O'Loughlin has been held up here, a member of Team Wiggins, but he's got a long way to go back to the front group. This Team
Or are
Wiggins
they trying
rider
to go clear? This actually might be, I've got a feeling this might be a couple of riders going clear.
Okay. Yeah, they are. They are the chase group. I'm paying them a disservice here. O'Loughlin of Ireland.
I was going to say, O'Loughlin's in good form, second in the Morbihan this year, so he's got results. But yeah, could easily have been caught up within a crash, but because it was Matthew Tegart who had been distanced before from Ireland. So yeah, that's two riders trying to go clear. And this is the thing that the peloton will have to be wary of, is you let one rider, two riders, you know, four riders at a time go in little groups. Before you know, if they're able to come together, as we see Denmark now going back, before you know it, you've got 15, 16, a group of 20 up the road, and that can then be very difficult to contain, because obviously the more riders you've got up the road, the better they can ride together.
Here we are in the peloton again. You can see it's a little bit more
and
steady.
There you go. You could just see the braking on the front, and that's where you really have to, you know, you grab a handful of brake, the rider in front of you locks up, you do it, and before you know it, 5 or 6 riders back, you've got this big bow wave that comes down the peloton. So you have to be very wary of what's going on. Here we'll see it again. And number 153, bang, there we go. And that's where you get the touch of wheels. And, you know, you have to accelerate the riders up the front. They don't know that's happening. All they can hear is skidding, you know, locking up of wheels and the odd shout. but it's riders at the back. You have to brake. It's nervous times. You have to slow down, and then you have to accelerate again. So you're doing that all the time, constantly.
I'm wondering whether your analysis here is probably right, Rob, in terms of riders just sneaking off the front. Another pinch point here. Another group of riders just trying to slam the brakes on, because there is a danger that you're right, 3 or 4 riders go, another 2 or 3 riders go, another 5 riders go, because it's so steady and riders are waiting for things to happen. But at the moment, you've got this group of 5 at the front: Inkhorn of the Netherlands, Geber of Eritrea, Biko of Portugal, joined up with Muller and Gomez now. Muller of Switzerland, Gomez of Colombia. Rajbiga, Chesme and O'Loughlin are the 2 riders who are trying to go across. So at any moment now, we're going to end up with 7 riders at the front of this race, and then that starts to get dangerous.
It does get dangerous, and obviously for the riders further back, it's out of their hands. They can do nothing, as we saw then. Again, you know, having to really over-brake going into that 180-degree turn, as there's one poor lone rider there on the right-hand side of the screen, just got a team car behind him, and that can be so demoralising as well on a course like this, where you're constantly going back and you can see the group that you are desperately trying to get back to, trying to get within the sanctity of the peloton and the safety of the wheels in front of you, or not. Maybe feels it's safer out on his own, just time trial his way around. But when you can gauge, you know, on all the bends, whether you're getting back on or you're losing ground, that can be extremely demoralising.
Well, the leaders have got 1:17 on the peloton now, 32 seconds on this chasing group. I just want to do one little test, because we're getting loads of messages on Twitter, and thanks to those of you who've messaged us at AmpAcrossNap, Rob Hales 1. One of you said you can't hear our microphones on the broadcast, whereas all the rest of you seem to be hearing okay. So I'm wondering whether Crank Addicts has had their coffee yet this morning and hasn't turned the volume up, or whether the mics are a little bit quiet.
Quite possibly. Well, all I can say is you're missing gold, pure gold.
So let us know. If you are listening, you can hear us fine. Let us know on Twitter, and Crank Addicts will let them know that they might need to hit the unmute button or something, but it might be a problem. So we'll ask the technicians, if it is a problem, to sort the sound out. But they are monitoring it all the time. And as far as I can see on our little deck, everything seems to be okay. Coming up then towards the finishing line with the leading group of 5 riders. They're advantage building all the time. And they've got the neutral service car from Shimano just behind them. So it's Inkhorn of the Netherlands, Muller of Switzerland, Gomez of Colombia, Geber of Eritrea, and Biko of Portugal are the riders who are in there. Cycling Direct has told us we're 100% okay. So Crank Addicts needs a coffee. Well,
I know you were with one of the editors this morning when I came in, and it was me who did the sound check. So if you did have a problem, it's me to blame.
Okay.
But obviously it's your end, I'm afraid, not ours.
5 riders coming up to the finishing line. 9 laps of racing to go in this World Championships. We're settling in now to this 15.2 kilometre course. Just to remind you then, as we come up with 9 laps to go, those of you keeping an eye on the action, 5 riders now in the lead as they go across the line. I'm just looking out of the commentary box just to see them go past us. And around about 37 minutes a lap. They look pretty workmanlike. But it won't be long until just behind we will see the rest of the riders coming through. Just wondering what the average speed of that is. The Irish rider looking around at the Iranian rider, and that's Rajbik Chesme, who's gone on the attack just so Rob can pronounce his name.
Thanks, big thanks for that one.
But a couple of riders coming across as well, Rob.
Yep, they've just come into view, and they're coming up just below us now. And before you know it, they'll be joined by 2 more. Rider from the United States.
So 2 more riders trying to get across. So Lachlan looking very good as he just spins past us. And the 2 other riders are coming across. And it was number 131 and number 37, I think, Rob, as they went through.
Yeah, Gregory Daniel, winner of the Tour de Beauce.
He's a
Gregory
great rider.
Daniel. So that's a good move by the United States of America.
And it's Uwuze, and he is a rider from Rwanda. And great to see a Rwandan rider on the attack here. Their program getting better and better as the peloton go riding across the line. A lot of riders sitting in the wheels. I just noticed right at the back, I think it was Jonathan Dibben of Great Britain just sitting in the wheels. A dangerous place to sit, as you've mentioned, but seems to be quite comfortable sitting in there.
Oh, well, he's certainly got the strength and the form at the moment, but we see it quite often with riders. Steve Cummings is one of those Dimension Data who he's either off the front or he's on the back. Yeah. And actually it is one of the safest places to be, being the last rider, because it means if there is a problem, and a place where we do see problems is right here with the feed, obviously. You know, everybody trying to get in, trying to spot their riders, the riders trying to spot their soigneur on the side of the road. And the feed can often be a very dangerous place. We've just got, that looks like one of the GB staff there, yeah, who is, you know, and this is one of the things, kind of Formula
Julian
One pit lane. Is it Winnie?
I don't know, it looks a little bit like him.
From the back, and he will be, you know, giving the time checks to the riders.
This is Solomon of Eritrea having a problem here, and the mechanics working to give him a wheel change. Or else there's
he's got a bag. He's got looks like a little bit of debris that has been caught up in the chain.
He just needs to get the wheel back in and get back into this race convoy and get safely back in to the action in this under-23 Road Race World Championship. So the race situation then, just to recap, 5 riders in the lead. In corner of the Netherlands, Gabrez Gaber of Eritrea, Biko of Portugal, Muller of Switzerland, Gomez of Colombia, Rajbik Bouchesme of Iran, and O'Loughlin are the 2 riders trying to come across. O'Loughlin of Ireland, and then behind them, Uwuze of Rwanda and Daniel of the United States of America.
And there you could see 2 riders missing the feed, which again just reiterates why it's a really good idea to have the team car. There we've got a musette, and sometimes it can, or it could just be a shopping bag, a carrier bag, but sometimes it's actually easier to grab, you know, if it's a race musette. It's easier to grab that than a bottle. That just looks like a standard
a carrier bag with a bottle.
That could actually be what got caught in the riders. If you just throw that, you know, you need to throw it off the road. If he just dropped it in the road, as soon as the peloton comes across it, it gets blown up. Like you see, you know, crisp bag on the motorway when you're on the highways in your car. Yeah. It gets thrown up, and before you know it, it's stuck on your radiator grill and your car overheats. Well, this is the kind of thing, you get it caught up in your derailleur. So could be a fine for that rider for littering.
Could be for littering, of course. We're getting lots of messages. Thanks, John Cannings. Thanks, Midge. Thanks, Caroline Stewart. Thanks to Shane Miller. Thanks, Nicola Crammer. We're loud and clear. Cycling crank addicts need their morning coffee and find the volume button. Caroline Stewart. I say clear, well, you know.
We're doing our best here.
We are. We're trying to keep up with what's going on out here on the road. 5 riders. It looks like the 4 chasers are together now as they try to come across to this leading group. 53 seconds though, Rob. It looks like since they've come together, they're actually going backwards as opposed to going forwards to the leading group. And this gap is around about 109 now, so it isn't growing any more than it did initially. And these are the 4 riders being kicked on now by O'Loughlin. It looks like they've got a little bit more urgency, but they've got a long ride now to get back to the leaders. Just to update you on the average speed, 46.8 kilometres an hour for that lap. The total average speed, 45.9, is what we're looking at.
It's fairly rapid, that, considering how slow they're having to go at times. And again, it just goes to show how the difference in speed today, you know, those low speeds almost coming to a standstill at times, certainly for riders near the back, and then really having to accelerate to get back on as the riders stretch out ahead of you. So the average speed is, you know, is pretty high at the moment.
That's Vasily Strokau, who was just getting back to the peloton. Looks to be coming back and then losing the wheel a little bit. We talk about riders sitting on the back, and you mentioned Steve Cummings. He's told me many, many times, don't call me for sitting on the back. I always have a plan.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, you know, it's actually safe to be the last man, because especially for a taller rider like Steve Cummings, you know, he can see all the heads ahead of him, and, you know, he looks over the top of everyone. And if there is a problem, you have room to manoeuvre generally. You can either go left or to the right. Whereas if you're just down the back of the peloton, obviously you don't have that option, because you're generally in amongst the wheels. And so, you know, you just have to brake and hope that A, the riders behind you don't hit you, and the riders close to you in front of you don't go down. Because if you make a sharp manoeuvre to the left or the right, you'll either take yourself off or somebody else. But if you're last man, obviously you've got the whole width of the road to be able to manoeuvre. But it can be a risky manoeuvre. If it's big, long, straight roads, it's not a problem. But on a circuit like this, ideally the back is not a great place. On a part of the race like this, yeah, it's fine, because as you can see, you know, the riders, the race has kind of settled down just a little bit at the moment. You know, we've got some of the bigger nations up near the front, Australia certainly, and Great Britain squads just forming up the front, showing themselves. Norway as well.
Yep, just picking out the Polish team on the left-hand side. The Germans are also there. It looks like Eddie Dunbar of Ireland near the front as well. He was in the breakaway last year in the World Championships. Rides for the Axiom team, Axel Merckx's squad. Very good team of riders also from that squad in here. Theo Geoghegan-Hart and a number of other riders who actually now are moving on to bigger teams. And Axel will bring in a few more riders, train them, teach them how to become professional bike riders. I think his team must be one of the most valuable under-23 squads in the world every single season. You go back through all the talent he's spotted, Taylor Phinney, Alex Dowsett, riders like Eddie Dunbar, Theo Geoghegan-Hart, other riders in that squad who are moving on now to other big teams. It's a pretty amazing squad that he's got, and the way he manages to find the riders time and time again to bring them to the World Tour level.
Yeah, and it's it's a good moment to get some of the riders at this kind of age, 1 or 2 years around this area, because you can mould them, you can manipulate them into, give them a very good direction. A lot of them already have extremely good engines, but it's not just about how fit you are, how strong you are, how much endurance you have. If you make the wrong decisions when you're out on the road, you can be too keen, and you can just use everything you've got out on the road before the finish, or you sit back and you hesitate. You have to use instinct as well, but also there is a lot to learn, and you can nurture a rider very well. This is a very good age for that.
Looking down on the peloton, 129 kilometres of racing remaining in today's Under-23 World Road Race Championship, as we continue to watch the peloton left and right round the roundabouts. Most riders taking the left-hand slot there as opposed to going right, which seems to be the slightly longer way around. But this is the breakaway who are dominating today's racing so far. I wonder whether they can stay out. It looks like they've now got a 1:32 lead on the rest of the field. They seem to be sharing the pace, making very nicely indeed. The Dimension Data rider from Eritrea seems to be quite urgent as far as the racing is concerned, going through to the front, trying to keep everybody going as much as possible. That's Gebres Gaber of Eritrea. The Dutch rider is Inkhorn, who is sitting now and going through to do their turn on the front.
Yep, if you've got 5 riders like this working well, obviously you're sharing that workload out. You can be saving on these kind of speeds 30 to 40% of your energy when you're sat in the wheels. So, which is why obviously you share your turn on the front. The more riders you have in the group, as long as you're all committing to it, you know, everybody taking a nice even turn and sharing that workload, it's so beneficial, which is probably, you know, it would be a good thing, I think, if, you know, for these guys, when they all get together, it just helps them so much. If they start fighting amongst each other, that's when it really does start to fall apart. And you see it so often in, you know, big flat stages, especially. You get a breakaway and then the peloton start to reel them in, and in the final few kilometres, you know, if they start to play cat and mouse, one of them's not, you know, sitting on, shirking, waiting for the finish. You really do disrupt that momentum of the group. But at the moment, you can see the difference in speeds, and you know, that time will really start to go out.
Back here with Michael Storer, interestingly here, Rob, wearing number 61. This rider was 7th overall in the Tour de l'Avenir, but he's the rider going back to the team car. Actually, you'll notice he's struggling a little bit with his feeding system, and using, rather than just having bottles, has got one of these feeding systems you can put down the back of the jersey.
Yeah, got a bladder system, and you know, part of that could very well be for cooling as well. You imagine if you start the day with that, you know, straight out of the freezer, that can help. That is certainly the spot where you would want to have that. You know, we've seen it in the time trialing. So many riders during their warm up have ice, you know, down the back in the nape of their neck there. We've seen it in the summer in France during the Tour de France, where riders will go back to the team car and get handed out kind of nets, almost like women's stockings, with, you know, with some ice bags tied up in there. So obviously the cold water can seep out and leak out as it melts, and so that's probably what he's done there, just to get him as far into the race as he can comfortably. And now he's at the back. He's taking a good opportunity to take. Well, he's got there 6 bidons there. Yeah. 6 bottles of nice, fresh, cold water. Because that's the other thing. You can have fluid on your bike, but within half an hour, it's warm. Yeah, and exactly. It can be such a disappointment when you take a drink and, well, it's just warm water.
Well, this rider is doing on the front here. Just he's got removing his undervest.
I think he's got his undervest.
Riders wear undervests in this this sort of heat?
Some do, some don't. I mean, part of it, I think, is depending on the material of your jersey. But certainly, if you're wearing more of a skin suit, more of a kind of a lycra type, as opposed to a more open kind of woven jersey, then sometimes if you have an undervest, a net type undervest, yeah, then what that can do, it can keep the material of your jersey actually off your skin and allow the air to actually circulate over a bigger surface area of your body. But obviously what you don't want, if you do wear an undervest, you don't want one with any kind of thermal properties to keep you warm, because, well, no, that's the last thing you want. I don't think you would like
anything thermal today.
No, I would certainly opt for nothing myself, but you know, various riders in the heat will do that, and here we can see riders just trying to fight their way back on. There's Stefan de Bod there.
Yeah, I think he made a little mistake in the feed zone, just trying to get his bottle, and now he's struggling to get back into the peloton. And these all energy sapping things that can really hurt you later on.
Yeah, and you know, it comes with you know, sometimes it's bad luck, but you know, a lot of the time it's learning. This is a learning ground. You know, some of these riders, you know, in here will be have signed for pro teams, but they're obviously very early on in their careers. And you know, as they develop, you learn more, and you just learn little bits. And it's not just about the engine; it's what you do with that. And some riders punch above their weight, you know, and where they know how to ride, and they position themselves well, especially for the sprinters. And later on, the further into this race you go, you know, it's just about giving yourself the best opportunity to use what form you've got.
This is On Board with Islam Shorki, one of the riders who's at the UCI school in Aigle in Switzerland. We're now know that this breakaway's advantage has gone over 2 minutes. So it really is starting to build on this peloton right now. And Islam Shorki tends to sit towards the middle to the rear of the peloton. Looking across the front of this main group now, this is them, and they are being set the tempo by the Great Britain team, who've obviously decided that this is starting to be a little bit more difficult. And looking at the rider who's on the front, it will be James Shaw, picking out that Ridley bike that he's riding, because he rides for Lotto Soudal's feeder team, or has been a stagiaire for Lotto Soudal. And interestingly, Rob, you mentioned a moment ago, riders who are riding for professional teams. He's signed a big contract in the last week.
He has, yeah. I think he's just signed a 2-year deal with Lotto Soudal. You know, he was riding for them at the Tour of Britain, the recent Tour of Britain a few weeks ago, and riding extremely well for their sprinters. Doing an awful lot of work early on in the stage. He's not really an out-and-out lead-out man, but I know Andre Greipel, after his stage victory in the Tour of Britain, he did compliment James on the amount of riding that he did early on in the race, and that's the thing. You know, sometimes you know, we're obviously seeing the race in its entirety, and we've seen an awful lot of action early on. Normally you don't get to see that, as we see another rider trying to go off the front, but this is going to be a long, lonely ride here. Obviously hoping to bring people with him, I think, just try and stir things up and bring this break back down a little bit. You know, 2 minutes and 6, it's quite dangerous for now, but still 123 kilometres to go. But yeah, just going back to James Shaw, you know, he was doing a lot of work early on, and then, you know, doing his work before the lead-outs really started to take place and evolve. And so, yeah, he's earned himself a full contract with Lotto Soudal. So very, very well played by him. Yeah,
he'll be joining up with the likes of Andre Greipel, Tony Galopin, all the other big names who are in that Lotto Soudal team. Fantastic news for that young rider. Interestingly, also, he's been a rider who has been funded by something called the Dave Rayner Fund, which in Great Britain, for those of you who don't know, many of the young riders, many young riders who don't get in the Great Britain programme have got to find another way. They've got to find a way of funding their career. So they go to Belgium, or they go to France, or something else. Now, a few years ago, sadly, a rider called Dave Rayner, who was a member of the Buckler team, with, interestingly, riders like Edwin van Hooijdonk, Nathan van Hooijdonk, his nephew is riding here in this race. Dave Rayner was a great British bike rider, and he was sadly killed in an incident in a nightclub in his off-season as he left a nightclub. And since then, there was a fund set up in his honour, and many young riders have had the benefit of taking some of the funds that have been raised by people in Great Britain. I'm sure there's other funds around the world, and if you want to tell me about them on Twitter, I'd love to hear about them, because it just shows how fans of the sport can help young riders. James Shaw's one of those riders who's been funded by that, certainly, but other riders who have also benefited, the likes of Adam Yates, who of course has just done so well in the Tour de France. His brother Simon was funded, his twin brother was funded by British Cycling. He was part of the programme. Adam was told he wasn't good enough, so they took Simon Yates into the programme. Adam wasn't in the programme. He went away to France, was funded by the Dave Rayner Fund, and finished where? 4th in the Tour de France. That just shows what can happen if you've got the mental toughness and strength to just say, I know I'm good enough and I'll find another way. And James Shaw's another one of those riders who now is with Lotto Soudal, having been funded that way. 8 laps to go, Rob.
Yep, just coming up now in sight here of the finish. But yeah, it's interesting when you've got riders of you know, a little bit younger than this. Certainly, by now you should know, you know, the potential of riders. But you know, within the junior ranks, and as they go on to the senior ranks and the under-23s here at their early stages, you don't always know the potential of riders, and it's inevitable that there are going to be 1 or 2 high-quality riders who get missed along the way. And so, you know, the national squads, and the national teams, you know, they only have so much time and funding to be able to commit. So to have things like the Dave Rayner Fund is certainly you know, beneficial to a lot of riders who just get missed out on those early stages.
these riders then coming through, and we've got Rajbek Bouchazmeh of Iran, Lachlan of Ireland, Uweze of Rwanda, and Daniel of the United States of America. The captions were kind of telling us that they had been caught, but they haven't been robbed. They're not that far. They're still about a minute behind. They're in no man's land, really.
Yeah, they're about a minute and 8, minute and 10, something like that behind. And I'm just wondering if it would have been beneficial for the lead group to have actually just relaxed a little bit if they'd have known that these were coming across, because then obviously they would have you know, a bigger group to be able to ride. But you know, sometimes once you're committed to your group, then you know that's it. But certainly if that front group could have come together, it would have been extremely beneficial.
Well, we're looking here now. This front group, front peloton, is kind of splitting under the pressure being exerted at the front. Certainly Denmark are represented, also represented Poland, Great Britain, and every time they come around here there seems to be a little bit of a split. I'm wondering whether that'll tell us something about the run into the finish. If you can give yourself that little opportunity, you just never know, you could find yourself very slightly off the front. One of the Norwegian riders going clear off the front of that peloton at that time, and it looked to me like it could have been Evensen who's just going clear. The average speed that time 45.752 kilometers an hour. As we look here at what is going on out on the field. Oh, a crash there for the rider in the breakaway. The Portuguese rider Bico has hit the deck going round that corner, and he is the rider there who just overcooked it, I think. I don't know whether he hit some sand or something. He looked all right. Just suddenly, Rob, completely hit the deck.
Well, you know, we've just been saying about the group, you know, obviously having 5 riders up there, you know, working nicely together. That's, you know, that was good for them. This is disastrous. You know, this really will, you know, take a little bit of time for them to restore their, you know, their work rate. And, you know, having lost a guy out of there, will he be able to get himself back up there? He just overcooked the bend, didn't quite get his entry into the bend properly, and, you know, lost a little bit of traction. And then it seemed as the tyres bit back into the road, then kind of threw him off and high-sided him. And, yeah, not ideal situation.
The Costa Rican rider here looks like he's had enough and is going to drop out of the race. Says goodbye. Thank you very much, Gabriel Marin, one of the Costa Rican riders. You've pressed a button on our screen and found a video game by the looks of things.
Yep,
all the tracking going on.
Live tracking.
Excellent stuff. Just amazing what you can find after 4 days of commentary, isn't it?
It'll probably take me about 118.9 kilometres to work out exactly what it's doing.
The race situation then, 4 riders in the front. That's Incorn, who was second in the Paris-Roubaix as a junior rider. He also won the Grote Prize Noyel, and he won the Bernardo junior race already. He rides for the BMC development team as he makes his way back there. A very talented rider. He won a stage of the Tour of Berlin in 2016 as well. In the European Road Race Championships, didn't have a great day. He was 31st in those, but he finished second in the individual time trial championships of the Netherlands and won the youth classification also in the Tour of Berlin after he was part of that team who took the team prologue, which is an unusual setup for a prologue in the Tour of Berlin. But these 4 riders still working well together now, waiting to see whether Bico comes across. Meanwhile, at the front of the peloton, it's proving to be an interesting day. One of those wars of attrition day where little groups of riders disappear off the front of the race all the time. And yeah, I think you're right, Rob. If that front group had waited, let that group come across, then they'd have so much more firepower up there to try and stay away from the rest of the peloton, who seem to be just holding things around about 1 minute 50. They're not too worried seemingly about what is going on at the front.
No, and you know, the more riders you've got up in that front group, obviously it means the more teams that you've got back in the peloton who are willing to sit there and you know, allow that to stay out ahead. But you know, the leaders currently 117 8.7 kilometres to go. 31 seconds to the next group. The peloton at a minute, and it's actually a minute and 51 on here. So yeah, I mean, it's settling down in terms of the way that the race has evolved. And here again, you can see riders, you know, they're attacking one rider at a time, two riders at a time, going off the front, and then it's all being nullified. So there's no real concerted chase as yet on the front of the peloton. Ones and twos, here we've got three riders now trying to go off the front, and again, riders further back in the peloton wanting to bring this back. It's a little bit messy. What it does do, though, the more attacks you have off the front of the peloton, it just puts a little bit more speed into the front of that peloton. It's not, you know, it's not a concerted chase by any means, but it's just creating racing off the front of the peloton. But it can be very draining for all the riders concerned.
That little rise there also is another interesting place to just test out the rest of the riders. I think it's Eddie Dunbar now who's in second wheel, just looking after things for the Ireland team. His teammate is in the chasing group of riders, but Dunbar just keeping an eye on exactly what is going on here at the front of the race as the pace goes out of the peloton yet again. But that's brought the lead down to 1:37. And Dunbar decides to go to the front and just up the pace just a little bit. These riders don't have race radios in today.
No, I don't think they do, no. So, you know, that's one of the reasons as well why there'll be, you know, not quite so much cohesion with amongst the riders. You know, if they want to discuss anything amongst themselves, then they have to, you know, obviously you have to speak directly to them.
This rider who's in here for Switzerland's another rider who's had some great results over the last couple of years building up to today. Twice a national champion as a junior of Switzerland, but interestingly has just finished fourth in the Piccolo Giro de Lombardia, which is 163 kilometres. And as you know, Rob, that race is very, very tough indeed. Patrick Muller is the rider in here for Switzerland, and they've got a great team today with Tom Bowley and a few other big names. He was third in the individual time trial championship of Switzerland. So it looks like what's happened here, the big nations that are represented in this breakaway have decided to send their time trialists up the road and protect their sprinters for later on.
Yeah, certainly, and that's, you know, that's a sensible thing. And you know, those meetings that they would have had yesterday and this morning, that's where all that kind of thing would be, you know, finalised. Obviously, the way that teams would have been, you know, put together in the first place, I would imagine, you know, most of, especially the bigger nations, would be, that's how they would have been put together in the first place, you know, and the mechanics of those teams would be set around a sprinter. You know, you try and bring your best sprinter of the nation. Whether that sprinter is good enough or not, there is certainly you know, a handful of high quality, high caliber guys, and you know, I think the Italians and the Germans certainly have a good squad in that respect.
This is Dara Feely now going clear for Ireland, so they've already got Lachlan, and now we're seeing Dara Feely going clear. Ireland had a great day yesterday with Ryan Mullen. What a great performance by that rider, who actually could have been riding this under-23 championship. Rides, of course, for the Cannondale Drapac team. Had a fantastic performance in that individual time trial. Thanks very much for all your tweets at Macross and at Rob Hales1. Thanks to the USA Cycling Juniors who have tweeted us to say thank you very much for the commentary. And I think they may be just sitting watching the action, getting ready for racing. And also thanks very much to Caroline Stewart also for your messages, which are always entertaining. Dara Feely going clear off the front of the race, 1:32. So we've now, Rob, got a total of what, 9, 10, 11 riders in different groups off the front of this race.
Yeah, and if they were all to get themselves together, obviously that's you know, it's a difficult number to contain from you know, with the bigger teams further back, you know, those teams who obviously aren't represented amongst any lead riders, then that's, you know, that could be quite difficult for them, and it means that there are less teams wanting to help as well. You know, and you need that teamwork, but also you need that interrelation as well with the different squads. Certainly at the back end of the race, when there's a lot of fatigue within the legs, you know, you need a little bit of help from some of the other nations, you know, if they have other sprinters as well.
Zeno Young's just confirmed for me that I was right in thinking that was Dara Feely who'd gone clear off the front of the race. As we look here at the peloton, who are not doing anything now. The Belgians are quite happy to just let this go. We've seen nothing of Italy yet. Great Britain, James Shaw went to the front just to show willing and to up the tempo a little. But when we think of some of the other nations, I mean, in terms of riders, as we go back here, number 62 having a few problems here. This is Tom Bowley, actually. Looks to have a nosebleed here by the looks of things, Rob. He went, heard on Radio Tour, he was calling for the medical car, and he's done what's the only thing he can do, is shove something up his nose and hope it goes away.
Yeah, you know, 8th in the time trial the other day, so, you know, he'll be here trying to set one of his teammates up later on. And now we've got the first team really to show their hand on the front of the peloton. And it's Norway putting some riders up there.
Now the reason they're probably doing that, isn't it, is because we've been thinking about who might win this race, and the race favourite, if you kind of analyse everything, there's 4 or 5 riders who've got really good sprints, who we know everyone in the peloton thinks is a possible winner. One of them is Christopher Halvorsen from Norway, a stage winner in the Tour de l'Avenir, 2 stage wins in the Olympias Tour, and maybe the rest of the field are looking at Norway now and saying, well, if you're going to win this race with a sprinter, it's time for you to do the work.
You do it, yeah, exactly. And, you know, there are riders who will have sprinters who are not quite so confident in their ability, so they'll hang back. They'll sit and they'll wait, and the more pressure you can put on a team like this with Norway, then obviously it just means that they will have less firepower in the latter stages of today's race, which is going to be hugely important, bearing in mind the parkour and the amount of twists and turns and bends. Position, you know, we've been talking about it all morning. Position is going to be crucial for those sprinters and anybody wanting to get themselves up there. And by that you need teammates who you can trust, and teammates who have got the strength. So the more pressure you can put on those bigger nations with the quicker sprinters, then the better.
Chu Ho San of Hong Kong, China's asking for a bottle. He seems to want to go back to his team car. Shimano said we'll give you some water, but he clearly doesn't want water. He wants his own bottle. So he goes back to the team car here.
Yeah, well, he's got his team car there. He wasn't really kind of panicking at all. And, you know, depending on what's in the bottles as well, you know, sometimes, myself, for instance, if I just had plain water, which could very well be what the neutral service vehicle is giving, that used to play havoc with me. I really did struggle with just plain water. I certainly needed electrolytes within there, and just a little bit of energy as well.
So you couldn't drink? You just didn't feel like drinking loads of water?
I used to blow my lights out.
Really?
I really used to. Yeah, I just used to really suffer out there with just pure plain water. And you can see one of the riders lucky to stay up right there, and he had another one there, another bottle. You know,
this is dangerous.
Well, it is. It's one of the things, and we've seen, you know, on Twitter, haven't we, with 1 or 2 of the big pros, you know, just complaining about riders just dropping bottles, or you'll see a rider jettison their bottle. Yeah, they'll throw it, rather than throw it over, kind of off the side of the road, out of the way. They just throw it down, kind of discard it on the side of the road. It'll go out away from the peloton, hit the curb,
bounce back,
bounce straight back in.
The Eritrean rider here, number 112, Bran, looks to be in a video game. We were talking about that earlier. So avoid the water bottles.
Yeah, it's, you know, it can be very dangerous, and you know, we've seen so many accidents with that over the years.
Here we go through the feed zone, a few bottles.
Watch his back wheel in a minute.
This.
He'll he goes over one, and his back wheel just jumps this one here. Bang!
Oops.
There you go.
Marco
And
Matisse.
again, nearly. Oh, sorry.
It does. Marco Matisse now at the back of the group, the world champion of the time trial. The legs might be hurting a little bit. If you want to ask us any questions, give us your predictions or thoughts about this race so far, at McCrossan, at Rob Hales 1 is where you can let us know what you think. Rob's asked the USA Juniors for their prediction on who might win, but they haven't answered yet. They're not
don't know
prepared.
either.
They've
They
got
don't
no
know
idea.
either. Yeah, and that's one of the other things. It's, you know, as we've seen, the race doesn't necessarily go to form, but also at this stage, you know, with the juniors and the under 23s, it can often be a lot less predictable, which is sometimes why, you know, teams don't necessarily know. They don't necessarily want to put themselves on the front because they're not really quite sure yet. That said, the Norwegians, I think they're fairly confident, and I think if there is an out-and-out favourite, they certainly have one of those. As we can see, a couple of the riders there who I don't think they'll be too displeased that they're now being pulled out of the race.
No, end of their race as they go into the cool area, and they can now relax and calm down. You can see here air-conditioned areas for any riders who have pulled out of the race. We were coming in today with the team manager of India, who have got riders in some of the other races coming up, and it was quite interesting to hear about, very briefly, about the emerging nations, about things that, you know, happen in emerging nations like India, how they're trying to build a program that's right now nothing like that of Great Britain or France or other nations who've got the infrastructure there.
It can be very difficult, can't it, for nations if you don't have that that ability to show a pathway for the riders.
This is the rider who crashed, Rob, who's never seemingly got back to the front of the race.
No, it's a lonely chase there, isn't it, for this rider? He's still got around about, I think, if just looking at the monitor, he's at around about, where is he now? Well, he's a fair way back, I think.
Well, there was, normally, if you were looking at the Elite Championship here, the front group would have waited for him. As soon as he got back on the bike, they'd have looked around, they'd have just gone, right, let's let him back. He had a crash. Let's make sure he's there, because a bit more firepower is going to help us. But they've left him behind, and he's totally in no man's land now. Yeah,
which is difficult, you know, long, lonely road. But now you can see there is a real calming in the peloton. You know, everybody has kind of got their order, and you know, they're all happy. Everybody is happy now to sit back and at the moment let the Norwegians do all of the chasing, do all of the riding and the tempo on the front.
Yuri Insen has sent us predictions of the race today, but it's very comprehensive. An article he wrote about today's race, and some of the riders we've already talked about are mentioned, but Jakub Maresco is another rider that many people are mentioning, the Italian rider, as a possible winner, and that is in those predictions. Simone Consoni, another Italian rider. They've got so many possibilities. Consoni, silver medalist in 2015. They've got so many riders, but surely they'll ride for Maresco, because Jakub Maresco is the sprinter in the squad.
Yeah, I think he would be their number one choice, no doubt. But they do have options, and it would be good to have options if you can use it right, because of the technicalities of this course. You just don't know. It's certainly not a done deal. You know, if you look at the Germans come Sunday for the elites, you know, they obviously have two pretty high caliber sprinters in Greipel and Kittel. I think Greipel is the out and out leader, but certainly to have a backup is you know, it will be a good thing.
The rider who was off the back after the crash is almost back on as they come up with 7 laps to go. Other names being mentioned in this predictions article: Pascal Ackermann. We know Pascal Ackermann is a very strong bike rider. He rides for Germany, and also in the German team, Phil Bauhaus, who's another possible winner of this race as well, who's been mentioned by many people. But the out-and-out favourite is Christopher Halverson, but add in that Chris Latham of Great Britain, if he can deal with the heat, a winner of a stage of the Olympias Tour, and a few other names, then you've got a great and quite interesting run in to the finish. I'll also add in a couple of other riders for Australia, but maybe more of a climber: Michael Storer, Miles Scottson, Team Pursuit World Champion. He's got a good sprint. There's quite a few riders who've got a possibility here. And interestingly, Rob, look at this. The group of 4 are now coming across. 26 seconds. It's been a hard chase. And now there's another 2 riders who are just behind. And one of them is Dara Feely. And he's been joined up here with the Russian rider who's just about to make his way. So very soon we could have a group of 11 riders at the front of this World Championship, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility that that's going to happen in the next few kilometres.
Yeah, and if that does come together, everyone who's clear off the front of the peloton, then obviously we're going to have 50% of the Irish squad up front, which is, you know, it's good news for them. Puts a little bit of pressure on them in terms of the fact that they have 2 riders, but what it does do, it means that you can commit, especially if it was to stay away till later on in the dying stages, where we were mentioning earlier about if you've got a group of 5 or 6, say, coming into the finish, the peloton is bearing down on them. It's not cut and dry whether they're going to get brought back or not. The front guys, they start to play cat and mouse because they're looking after their own intentions. And that's where they can start to lose time and they get caught. But if you've got 2 riders from the same nation, then obviously your better finisher, your quicker finisher, can afford to just sit in and relax a little bit more, and the other rider can commit a lot more and really bury themselves.
Well, it's going to be an interesting next lap then, with 7 laps of racing to go. The race situation then. If you're just joining us now and you want to know what's going on, 4 riders in the lead. Incorn of the Netherlands, Gebres Gaber of Eritrea, Muller of Switzerland, also in there Gomez of Colombia. Bico of Portugal was in that group, then crashed, is now nearly back on to that group. Behind them at 26 seconds, Rajbik Bulshizmeh of Iran, O'Loughlin of Ireland, Uwazé of Rwanda, Daniel of the United States of America. They're 26 seconds down. Behind them at 1 minute and 9 seconds, Dara Feely of Ireland, Sivakov of Russia at 1:09, and the peloton now at 1:44. Leon Van Bon has messaged us, a fantastic former professional bike rider, now a very good photographer, I'll have you know. His prediction:
a sprint with 25 guys because of the roundabouts, and yeah, I think it's could very well be a fairly decent sized group, but yeah, there will be a lot starting to struggle with the conditions coupled with the course that we've got here.
Thanks very much to Leon Van Bon. Have you seen any of Leon Van Bon's photographs?
I've seen a few, yeah, and I've seen him ducking and diving at the Tour de France every year, getting his shots.
There's some fantastic photographs around right now.
He was an incredible bike rider as well.
He was,
oh my word. I think he was silver medalist in '92 in the points race in Barcelona. I think he might. Were you still a junior, Leon? I think he was.
Was he a junior?
If he wasn't a junior, he was only just out of into the senior ranks. I'm fairly confident.
No, he's a very, very good bike rider. So Leon Van Bon, thank you very much for predictions. A group of 25 riders. But we now have a race situation that has changed, because we now have 9 leaders. And those 9 leaders have come together with 103 kilometres to go. So it's an interesting race that's starting to have a pattern here. The 9 leaders, the Netherlands, Inkhorn, Gebres Gaber of Eritrea, Biko of Portugal, Müller of Switzerland, Gomez of Colombia, Rajbik Bouchazmeh of Iran, which Rob has not pronounced at all yet, Lachlan of Ireland, Uwaze of Rwanda, Daniel of the United States of America. 9 leaders. They're being chased now by 2 further riders, Darafili and Sivakov. Now, sometimes, Rob, when you get a group of 9 riders like this, they all sit up, or people start to sit on, and then it plays it down to the peloton, and no sooner have they got together than they come back. It'd be interesting to see whether that happens now. The gap's 1:19, and Norway are doing all the riding.
Yeah, it is Norway who have committed to this. Yeah, sometimes if the group can actually get too big, and you have 1 or 2 riders who start to sit on, they start to shirk at the back, and that can disrupt the riders on the front. They start to get a little bit nervous. You have the odd conversation, but a group of 9 is that's a decent group. It means you would imagine would be able to commit to that. It's normally when you start to get, you know, around 12, a dozen riders, 15 riders and upwards, and that's where you can have several riders start to sit on the back, and that's not ideal for the group. But as long as everybody can commit to it, then really the bigger the group, the better to a certain extent. But this is you know, it's a nice size, and minute and 21. Well, it's extremely containable. Still 102 kilometres to go, and you know, Norway riding well on the front.
One rider that's being mentioned by Pro Cycling Stats, and our thanks very much to them for their support of helping us with preparation. Joseph Ararua, second in the Tour of Rwanda. He doesn't mind the heat at all. He was second in the Tour International de Bilda this year. Also won the Circuit International de Constantine. Very good young rider, 20 years of age. I think was one of the riders who came over to Great Britain, actually, and rode some of the races over there that I saw during the summer. Possible. It would be amazing if Rwanda won these World Championships. What a big story that would be.
Yeah, he's got a couple of teammates with him as well. You know, some of the other nations, they're just here individually. We've got a few squads with 6 riders. Full complement here, but there are other teams with you know, with a lot less than that, and that's one of the things that you know, can obviously play a part. You know, if you've got a very good sprint, but you lack teammates, then obviously you have to rely on really your own ability to be able to surf off the other squads coming into the latter stages. Whereas if you've got several riders, you know, Germany, for instance, they have some fairly strong time trialists amongst their squad.
With their lead out,
no, I don't think so. I mean, we've got you know, Kamner and Mattis, who were you know, both well, Mattis, he won the time trial. Kamner was just pushed off into 4th, and Schachmann, silver medalist. So in terms of the lead out, the Germans should have everything covered, and up to now we haven't seen them. We've seen 1 or 2 of their jerseys up near the front of the peloton. They haven't committed anything just yet. They're sitting, waiting and biding their time.
These are the 2 chasers, Darafili and the Russian rider there in the blue, white and red, Sivakov, who are trying to get across. They've got a long chase here, and to me Darafili has looked very, very strong in this race so far. He's been working his way through to the front, then he went on the attack, and Sivakov's having to really work hard just to stay on the wheel of Darafili. And if he can get there, as Rob said, it would give Ireland a big, big advantage in this race. Interestingly, in terms of the support of Ireland, they've obviously got the likes of Nicholas Roach in the elite team, but last night, just getting ourselves prepared for today's race, Rob, we talked to a lot of different people, as you tend to do at the World Championships, just to get little snippets of information that might help you out in trying to pick out some of the riders who might do well in the race, who've got good form. But just to mention Ireland, one of their team managers for today's race is Neil Martin. Neil Martin is Dan Martin's dad. Dan Martin riding for Ethics, of course, after having such another good season for the team. And Neil was a pretty handy bike rider in his own right. I think they were very excited. They were trying to calm down after Ryan Mullen yesterday. But Neil Martin has that kind of attacking, doesn't want riders to sit back. He likes to get them involved. He's a tough guy himself. And I think maybe that's feeding into this Ireland team. They're not scared of the heat. They've gone out. They've gone on the attack. Do you think that's mirroring Neil Martin's kind of style?
Yeah, it could very well do. You know, I think we're probably all the same. If we try and give advice, we either give them the sort of advice that you know, with myself, the sort of rider that I was. You know, I might try and, you know, obviously you need to know the sort of riders. It would no good me getting hold of some drinking straw of a climber and, you know, telling them to ride, you know, an attack on the descents and wait for the flat for a rider like that. But, you know, because that was the sort of rider that I was. You know, you played your strengths, and you know, I certainly wouldn't wait to the bottom of the climb to attack.
No.
With my climbing ability or lack of. But yeah, and the thing is, if you can go on the attack, you know, it hurts you, but you have good morale. Whereas if you're one of the riders further back of the peloton here, and you're looking up, you're constantly looking up, going, oh, who's doing this? Who's doing the damage? And if you're the ones taking a kicking, it can be difficult for the Norwegian team here. You know, you're committed, you're on the front, you've got a job to do. And it helps the time pass, whereas riders back here, you know, it can be a little bit, you know, a little bit harder at times, you know, just to deal with, and you're just sat there and waiting, and you have to be, you know, concentrating and just wait and bide your time, and that can at times be difficult.
Yeah, and then after a while, you're just sitting in the back. You can't work your way to the front. You are wondering who's setting the tempo. You're not really in the race, but it's a balance between the two. I just caught a glimpse of Miles Scottson. Thanks, Team Illuminate, for your message. You're cheering on Miles Scottson today. I just saw Jonathan Dibben. Jonathan Dibben, I'm sure, is going to be used to lead out Chris Latham if it comes to a sprint. Jonathan Dibben comes from my home city, so I always give him a little bit of a mention if I see him in the peloton. The Norwegian team are on the front. They are setting the tempo. The current race situation: Inkorn Gebresgeber of Eritrea, Biko Portugal, Muller of Switzerland, Gomez Colombia, Rajbik Bouchesme of Iran, Lachlan of Ireland, Uweze of Rwanda, and Daniel of the United States of America. Another message. Look out for Jason Lowndes. Tom Southam has sent us a little message. Thanks, Tom, for your insight. Another ex-fantastic bike rider and one of the most talented ex-bike rider writers I've ever met. He's very good. So Jason Lowndes beat Sagan in Argentina and could be a possible winner today. Yeah,
I've got him down on it. Yeah, he's had five top fives this year, but you know, beat someone like Sagan is obviously no slouch. So thanks for that, Tom.
Yep, thank you very much.
I'm sure he's listening, so I'll big him up. My best ever teammate I ever had on the road.
Oh,
Tom,
really?
Yeah, just a pair of us, just the two of us.
Yeah.
Never had a single word before the race. We never had a meeting. We never discussed. It just kind of happened. Perhaps we should have married. I don't know.
Maybe.
Then again, maybe not. Well, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But that was when you rode for who? Halfords.
Halfords, yeah. Just the two of us.
You won a few races then, though, didn't you?
One or two.
Yeah. Didn't you win the national championships?
I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but yeah.
There you go. And that was attacking on the descent.
In a skin suit, wearing downhill. 2008, wearing a skin suit.
Yeah.
Narrow bars and a filled-in helmet.
Before anyone else.
People thought it was absolutely disgusting that I would wait and attack on a descent.
And
they
just
tried to put
away.
a complaint in after one or two races, some of them.
Did they?
Like I say, play to your strengths.
Exactly.
And definitely not your climbing weaknesses.
We're watching these riders trying to go across. trying to find out if they can close the gap. I don't know if they're going to get there. It'd be fantastic to see another 2 riders at the front of this race. The Norwegian still riding tempo on the front, wearing number 61 there is Michael Storer, 7th in the Tour de l'Avenir, riding for Australia. The Austrian rider just behind is Patrick Jaeger, who was one of the riders who crashed, but he's now safely back into the peloton for Austria right now. And also going through the feed, other ex-riders joining in with us now. Lisa Brambani's tweeted us as well. Another very, very good bike rider in her own right. Nicola Cranmer's sent us a message today with thoughts on the race. Another little problem there in the feed zone.
Another bike on its own, no rider. They vaporised.
It's so warm, they're disappearing. I still want to know where that Italian rider ended up. Sitting on the back of the group.
He was in the coffee
James
shop.
Shaw.
What time is it? He was probably having espresso.
He probably was. Thanks for joining us. At Macross and at Rob Hales 1 is where you can join us for today's race. There is a bike sitting on its own again with no rider.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. He just got a bike change. I was beginning to get concerned. Yeah, a bike change for one rider. I'm not sure which country it was. I think it might be a Russian rider. We're inside the final 100 kilometres, and we have 147 to the group of chasers and 34 to the peloton. I don't think if this front group here that there's 2 riders coming across that they're going to wait. So it's going to be totally up to Dara Feely and Sivakov to actually come across to the front group and do something about it, as opposed to them waiting. The United States rider in here, Gregory Daniel, very good indeed. See whether he can get a performance here for the United States, who've already got those great days of Brandon McNulty and Amber Nabin already in these World Championships.
Gary McQuaid tweeting in. Lowndes for Australia, certainly a big guy with a powerful sprint, but also Milano from Colombia, who's quick.
Yeah, I mean,
they've got 1 or 2 decent sprinters as well, the Colombians, haven't they?
They have, with Gaviria, who could. Did you see that sprinty one the other day?
Well, I was going to say, if anybody saw from last week, if they haven't seen the sprint finish, just stick it on YouTube.
Yeah. But he's not in this race, obviously.
He attacked with 600 metres to go on his own, and the peloton with all the lead-outs behind him couldn't catch him.
Amazing.
Incredible.
That's Colin Joyce, wearing number 38. Nielsen Paulus also back at the team car. He's had a fantastic season, stage winner in the Tour de l'Avenir, 5th on a stage of the Tour of California. He won the Redlands Classic. He's won the many bike races this year. This gap's going out, and it's growing quite considerably now. More riders coming back through the team cars. Are these riders too relaxed about what's going on? Or are they quite happy that they can close what is a gap of 2 minutes 35 now in the next 93k?
Yeah, and it shouldn't really be a problem. You know, it's just pop back out to just under 2 minutes. I mean, generally it's a minute per 10 kilometres, probably a little bit less on a circuit like this. So you know, if you look at that, 2 minutes with 93k to go, so they're well within striking distance of being able to bring that back. But you just never know. You know, partly depends on this group here on the left-hand side of the screen, how much they're actually committing to this. Generally, if you were to ride at 75%, the peloton will give you, as it stands, 2 minutes. If you were to ride at 80%, the peloton will probably still give you around about 2 minutes, as it is at the moment. And so obviously if you can ride just reserve yourself just a little bit, and then as the peloton in the latter stages, you know, if this was a sprint stage, a standard sprint stage in the Tour, for instance, that's how it works. And then in the final 20, 30, 40 kilometres, when the peloton really start to put riders up the front, you have more lead out teams starting to ride on the front, getting ready for their sprinters, then if you've saved something in reserve up front, then you can just accelerate. And sometimes you can catch the peloton by surprise. Obviously, if these guys up here are really committing to this and, you know, riding at 85%, they've got nothing left to give later on.
Yeah.
So generally, the peloton will give you, within reason, the same amount of breathing space, depending on how hard you're riding. So they just kind of ride to you. So if you commit everything early on, then the chances are you'll get caught and a little bit earlier than normal. The sprinters teams also don't want to bring you back too early, because what it does, it'll entice other riders who don't have sprinters to go on the attack, and that can get messy as well then in the latter stages.
Coming up now, 6 laps of racing to go, and it's Gregory Daniel who was driving on a little bit there on the front. A very strong rider. He signed in a contract to move from Axion, which is Axel Merckx's team, to the Trek Segafredo team for next season. He won the Tour de Beauce. He's a national champion. He won a stage of the Olympias Tour. 6 laps of this 15.2 kilometre circuit to go, as the Iranian rider leads across the line, Rajbik Bouchesme. We'll see what the advantage is. We'll see what the lap times are as well. But it looks to me like there's almost 2 kilometres between this group and this chasing group that we're looking at, with Darafili and Sivakov. It looks to me like Sivakov has given up. He doesn't seem to have the legs to help Darafili go across, and I think this race is going to come back together for them, leaving the 9 leaders in the front group. Darafili looking across. He can see the peloton making their way around the turn, and he looks resigned to no longer going across to the front group, which is a bit of a shame for Ireland, because if he'd got there, it would have really helped them.
Yeah, it's a big ask, though, I think, for these 2 riders under these conditions to get themselves across, bearing in mind how well that front group is working now. Obviously, they have the numerical advantage.
Joss Ryan says you and Tom Southam are our most winningest house guests.
We did. You know what? The thing is, we had such good morale, and that's part of it. And you know, if you've got good morale, if you're winning races, you know the form's there, and you just get that snowball effect. Whereas you get yourself on the back foot, you start to really try hard, and that's something that we really, we really didn't do together. Just enjoyed the season, and the results for the pair of us were coming pretty much left, right, and centre.
Well, that's what it's all about. Morale can do everything. If you are feeling not quite right and you're not comfortable in the team that you're in, or the teammates you've got, or the bike isn't quite right or something, then you're not going to win bike races. A lot of it is the mental preparation as much as it is the physical preparation to get yourself to the right level, particularly on a day like today. You've got to go out here with the attitude that the conditions are the same for everybody, and you're going to give it your all. I was talking to Anna van der Breggen, luckily, the other day. She's not a rider who loves the heat, but she said it's the same for everybody. I've got to do what I've got to do. I've just got to have in my head that this is going to be the same no matter what, and I'm going to try my best.
Well, this is the thing. It's all about controlling the controllable. The weather is something that is out of everybody's hands, unfortunately, and so you have to work towards your goal. And one of the big goals for this World Championships here is obviously the weather. And you've got the course, the route that you have to deal with, but everybody knew that it was going to be hot here, and so you just have to prepare in the best way you can, and give yourself the best chance of being able to perform to the best of your ability come race day.
This is lap number 4, and the riders making their way across the line. The race situation is changing a little bit. The gap's gone out. It's now 3 minutes and 7 seconds to the peloton. The 2 riders in the gap are going to get caught. So the 9 riders building a big advantage now. 3:07 on the field. The Norwegian team all sitting near the front. Halvorsen sitting around about 29th wheel on the rest of the wheels of his teammates. But the tempo in the peloton still relatively steady. Oh, problem here. Is this the front group, or is this The peloton. Looks like the peloton.
Yep, the amount of vehicles here.
Problem there for Fabio Jacobsen of the Netherlands. A rear wheel puncture yet again. And he's going to get the wheel change, get back into the race convoy. Jacobsen, a very good rider.
Yep, second in a stage of Olympia's tour. So I think he's probably their sprinter as well. So that if he is, then no doubt one or two of his teammates could very well drop to the back of the peloton just to aid his recovery, just to give him a little bit of a helping hand. And there you can see.
Nice and relaxed, wasn't he?
Yeah, and there were one or two riders who we have seen in the past. There was certainly one at the Tour of Britain who had a rear wheel change. There was a lot of panic. He was straddling his bike while the mechanic was putting the back wheel in. He was still straddling, and while the mechanic was trying to get the gear set up and get the skewer tightened up, the rider was trying to clip his foot in, ready to go. As opposed to the Dutch rider there, just stand back, let the mechanic do his job. The poor old mechanics, they're sat in the back of the car. They're half asleep at times.
Yeah. And
then all of a sudden they have to jump into action. The last thing they want to do is do that under that pressure with a rider also trying to do his job. Stand back, let the mechanic do it, and then get back on the bike and, get yourself back underway. Plenty of cars to get back in. There's no real panic. You can see the race has settled down a little bit. It's, it's not easy by any means, even further back in the peloton in places, as we see another bottle being jettisoned and bouncing its way back into towards the riders.
Well, lovely slow motion shot here of this peloton. Thank you for joining us for today's racing. You can see the heat above this peloton right now in that slow motion shot. The race situation is that we have these 9 leaders in corner of the Netherlands. Gebres Gaber of Eritrea, Biko of Portugal, Muller and Gomez. Also in there, Rajbik Bouchesme of Iran, O'Loughlin of Ireland, Uwuze of Rwanda, Daniel of the United States of America. Your video game's not working here in the commentary box now.
It's buffering.
It is. It's not giving us any more information on any of these riders.
It's given up. It's just shrugged its shoulders and gone, no, I've had enough. It's lunchtime, to be fair.
That's very true. 1:46 in the afternoon as Darafili and Sivakov get caught. I'm wondering whether they're going to sneak into another little breakaway here.
Have another go.
The Norwegian rider just setting the tempo. And now a rider from Hong Kong, China, trying to go clear of the front of this peloton, but they've got a ride of over 3 minutes now. Yeah,
the Norwegian rider, he's just calming things down a little bit. I don't think he wanted, he probably was just following wheels. There may have been an attack or two, as we see. Is this Switzerland? Swiss rider, is it, trying to go off the front?
Yep, Swiss rider just trying to go clear of this peloton. Everyone looking around to see whether they want to go with this. And the Swiss rider quite happy now to just up the tempo. I'm wondering if this was Tom Bowley who had that problem earlier on. He had a bit of a nosebleed as he tries to go clear of the front of the race. Sorry about the little bit of picture breakup as we go over the only hill, main hill on the course. Slightly downhill now.
Yep, that would be the king of the mountains if there was one, as Poland now start to try and come across. And yeah, Norway, they weren't trying to split the group up at all. I think they were just following the faster wheels that were trying to tack off the front, because we could see one of the Norwegian riders then just looking back and waiting for it all to regroup, because they just want to be riding the tempo on the front.
So we started the race with 187 riders. We now have 169 riders left in the field. So we have lost 18 riders. We lost Scott Davis of Great Britain before the start. He dislocated his finger in a crash, so didn't take to the race start. We can just see the peloton going past our commentary box down the other side of the road, having turned around. Well, you could see if you hadn't covered the whole window in cardboard.
Okay, well, I got the idea off the Belgians next door.
Did you?
Yeah, they have no window at all. They seem to have got one of the one of the race advertising boards that they've obviously found from somewhere and taped the whole window up.
Have they?
Yes.
Because the sun kind of comes across in the middle of the day right in front of our commentary box and disappears as Great Britain start to set a little bit of tempo on the front. This looks a little bit like Gabs Culleg, who's now setting the tempo. 84 kilometres to go. I'm surprised about that. He's a sprinter.
Just trying to mix things up, maybe just trying to get a little bit of impetus within the peloton. And sometimes, actually, if you've been sat back in the wheels, you can start to feel just a little bit kind of drowsy, and that the legs start to block up a little bit. And occasionally, if you just put a bit of a move in, have a little bit of a dig, it can open you up a little bit more, and you start to come round and feel good again. And there you can see the the speed pumps. We saw that in within the time trial. These two humps that the riders were having to negotiate on time trial bikes. Obviously, it's a little bit more forgiving on a road bike position. You know, the frames are a lot more forgiving than the full TT rig.
Gabs Culleg going round that corner. 2:45 on Radio Tour is the advantage. Luis Barbosa has said that watch out for Sebastian Milano, who's another Colombian sprinter, Team Manzana. Sebastian Milano, do you have him noted down? You did.
I did, yes. I think that was off, was that Gary McQuaid who gave us that little bit of, I'll just go back through my Twitter.
Sebastian Milano, another possible winner.
It was, yep, Milano.
So he's been mentioned by a couple of people so far.
I'll highlight him twice then.
Okay. He's alongside Christopher Halverson. So let's run through who we think, from terms of who's had predictions and what you think, Rob, as to the possible winners when we get to the end of this race.
I mean, in terms of the nation, so the teams who I would imagine we'll be seeing trying to set their sprinters up would be Norway, Italy, Great Britain. Where are we? The Netherlands, Australia for Lowndes, certainly the Colombians as well, and quite possibly the Germans. Well, I would imagine the Germans definitely for Phil Barhaus setting themselves up there.
Yeah, the German rider, Phil Bauhaus, another member of the team in there, Pascal Ackermann, who's going to ride for Bora Hansgrohe in 2017. He'll be a teammate of Peter Sagan, which I'm sure is going to be a great learning curve. Other riders who are moving teams to bigger World Tour teams for next season, Ivan Garcia of Spain, who's moving to the Bahrain team to be a teammate of Vincenzo Nibali. Remy Cavagna, who's going to ride for Ethics. He's now wearing number 1, the leader of the French team. Some of the riders already ride for some pretty big teams. Jacob Morazecco of Italy, the Viglia team, he already rides for. And we've mentioned Mads Pedersen, I think, previously, riding for Trek in 2017. We were in the same transport yesterday as his agent, who's put him into the Trek team, and looking forward to seeing what he can do for next season. So many of these young riders already moving into some pretty big squads, and then will continue with their career. And if we think back of previous winners of this world title and riders who've gone on to be some of the top names and also medalists in this as well. Sven-Erik Byström, the winner in 2014. He's now moved on to Katusha and he's riding really strongly. Caleb Ewan, problem here. Colombian rider.
Costa Rican.
Oh, sorry, Costa Rican rider.
Jara Daniel, he's looking for a rear wheel.
Taking a little while here to change the wheel, but the mechanic flicking it in.
It works better with the cassette on the right, to be fair. But you know, this is the thing. You can get a little bit flustered. You see it quite a lot with the mechanics. As I say, you'll be sat in the back with chatting away, following race radio, half asleep, and then you've got to quickly wake up and get out there. Neutral service as well, so you never quite know what you're going to expect normally with a team. If it's a pro team, you know exactly the equipment that you've got and everything fits. Even within a national team, you can have riders on different equipment different bikes, which really can play. You know, sometimes you have to jump out with two wheels. You know, so you've got two different options of you know, of whatever it is. You know, Campag, Shimano, SRAM.
Could be anything.
FSA now.
Yeah.
There's all sorts. You know, couple with that possibly later on if you've got standard braking systems, if you've got disc brakes.
Yep, it's going to add all sorts of...
Which, you know, yeah, they've tried that. They've banned it for now, but I think it's coming back. And I'm fairly confident that it will happen at some point, disc brakes.
Yeah.
Like it or not.
Well, the bike looks... it looks really different with disc brakes on, doesn't it? It looks really clean around the front of it. Tunisian rider dropping out. A message on Twitter, @AmpMacrossNat. Rob Hales 1 is where you can get us. Stefan van der Zwan has said, how about the chances of Evgeny Gidic, who rides for the Vino Forever team, who is riding here for Kazakhstan. 2 wins in a tour of Kingai Lake. Has also won a stage of the Tour of Azerbaijan, a stage of the Tour of Bulgaria. Only 20 years of age. Very talented indeed. He's going to add another one to the possible winners of today's race.
Yeah, well, I guess if we see Kazakhstan up the front near the end, then it will be Gidic who they'll be looking after, their #1 priority.
Yep, they will certainly be led out by the rest of the squad, I'm sure. The gap is staying the same, 2:49 now. It's hovering between about 2:50 and 3 minutes and 10, depending on what's happened. A rider just losing a bottle there. One rider's just dropped out, and that is Zemenfez Solomon of Eritrea. He's had enough today. He's going to ride back to the hotel. Just not been his day.
Yeah, back to the swimming pool for him, back to the hotel.
Yep. This is the teams area. All the teams have their own little canopies where the mechanics can do what they need to do, and they can keep drinks and everything else. 146 sitting towards the back there is Eddie Dunbar, wearing an aero hat today.
Yep, filled-in hat. You know, a lot of the more filled-in aero hats, they're not fully enclosed for road racing. They do have a little bit of ventilation as German. There you go, 2 bites of the cherry, and very frustrated with himself there. And this, you know, this is the thing we were saying. It's a pan-flat course, so you do go a little bit quicker through the feeds. You know, the Soigneurs don't have the option of going on to one of the climbs because there is no climbs.
This guy is painting about 100 meters away from us right now. That's a great painting of today's race, if you like a bit of art.
Well, fortunately, there's been some action today, and we're not literally watching paint dry.
We were then.
And it's
the first time I ever had, to be fair.
There you go. Literally watching paint dry.
We were.
Fortunately, the riders have, you know, they've got themselves through these roundabouts. You know, unlike the opening couple of laps, they've, you know, we didn't see that trend continue of crashes left, right, and centre.
Yeah, things have calmed down quite significantly now, and I think for about the next 20k or so, things will be relatively calm. So if you're watching and you need a very quick break or something, or just need some lunch, it's time to make it, because don't miss the last 50k. This is going to go mad.
Are you talking to me or the people at home?
No, you can't go anywhere. 78.5 kilometers to go. 2:58 is the advantage for the leaders. If you are watching and just joined us now, thank you for taking the time to watch this race. Inkhorn of the Netherlands, Gebres Gaber is also in there for Eritrea, Biko of Portugal, Muller of Switzerland, Gomez of Colombia, Raj Bikabush Esmay of Iran, Lachlan of Ireland, Uwaze of Rwanda, and Daniel of the United States of America are the leaders. Dean Downing's messaged us to say, can you pronounce the long name of the Irish rider? He's not got the longest name in there, has he? Oh, Lachlan's pretty easy compared to Rashbik Bouchesmay, surely.
Don't look at me.
Marco Matisse of Germany, back at the team car. Getting bottles, looking after the interests of their sprinter. There's an awful lot of punctures in here today. I'm just wondering why. We're on completely dry roads.
It could be a case that because of the course, riders are actually choosing to use a lighter tyre, and because it's nice and smooth. You know, obviously last year there was some pavé, there were cobbles in Richmond, and depending on the course, you will often look at you know, equipment choices, obviously quite key. So lighter tyres may very well be used here, and that's one of the reasons. The lighter the tyre, obviously, the more chance you've got of opening up, you know, opening up the chance of getting a puncture. We saw it in 2011, Copenhagen. You know, nice, smooth surface on the whole, a pretty flat, although there were a couple of climbs, you know, half decent climbs. For a sprinter's stage in the World Championships, but I know there was an awful lot of talk and discussion going into those World Championships for the Great Britain squad. Obviously that was the World Championships that Mark Cavendish won, and I think he's certainly hoping to repeat that come Sunday. But the talk of tyres was quite key. And you know, obviously if you go for a very robust, quite a heavy tyre, the chances of puncturing are a lot less, but you've got to drag that around with you all the way, and the tyre is one of the biggest things in terms of feel, certainly, of a bike rider, whether they feel good and feel lively. Put a big heavy tyre on, you've got to drag that round. But if you go too light, that can cause a few problems, and actually Mark Cavendish did finish the World Championships. He finished first, but with a slow puncture on the front.
So another 5K, his race would have been over.
Yeah, had that happened, and I think one of the issues with Denmark was there were a lot of very small, minute flints on the road, and when it rains, those flints actually they stood upright. So there wasn't much rain, but had you know, when it happens, they stand upright and gradually fall down, and so it's something to bear in mind, certainly.
2 hours of racing, 5 laps to go, and this leading group going across the line. We'll see what their advantage is in that leading group. Michael O'Loughlin of Ireland, 19 years of age, rides for Team Wiggins, was second in the Trophy Saint Morbihan in 2015, was third in the Irish National Road Race Championships behind Nicholas Roach. A young rider who is now at the front of this race, just finished 15th in the individual time trial in the European Championships as well. It's Kazakhstan who are starting to up the tempo, having just mentioned Evgeny Gidic of Kazakhstan, so they obviously now are starting to be a bit concerned as to how far this breakaway has been given their advantage, and noticeably teams starting to form up behind them now.
Yep.
Spain also there, Great Britain, Norway, all near the front of this race now. I just noticed the Australians coming forward in much more numbers than they were before, and starting to sit together as well, because this is now starting to become an important point in this race.
Yeah, this race is starting to evolve. It's a lot calmer now. Obviously, it's got itself underway, and yeah, the teams are starting to get themselves up near the front. Now is the time to do that. Get yourself together, and form a cohesive group. Kazakhstan, as you mentioned, put a rider up the front, and this can often be the way. You'll put one rider up. Certainly a rider who is not necessarily as important for a lead out for your sprinter, but the sort of rider who will be able to go up and do the hard yards, do a lot of work on the front, and just to try and maintain this gap, try and contain the lead and not let it get out there too far. But yeah, Spain have certainly got up there. The Australian squad, as you've mentioned, really strong there up on the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the peloton, and Germany just moving up a few.
New Zealand have got riders moving up as well towards the front of this race now. So the nations who are concerned about bringing home a sprinter are now starting to look interested. They are thinking about what's going to happen over the coming few kilometres. As you just said, this race is evolving. New Zealand with Sam Dobbs and Hayden McCormick. McCormick, the New Zealand time trial champion. They're just in the black kit heading towards the front of the race. Coming through now, this gap's going to be still around about 3 minutes. It's Spain in the centre. On the left-hand side, Australia. On the right-hand side come Denmark. And going through now, the advantage is over 3 minutes to the peloton. 3:05. Serrano of Spain was the first rider across. And you can see the nations there clicking up on the screen. Australia, Norway, Spain, Belgium, Italy also in there. Great Britain near the front. But noticeably, you can see which teams have got a lot of riders now near the front of the race. Denmark, France, many other nations, and it looks like Spain have decided to ride a little bit harder now as the helicopter hovers above us. Certainly Spain and Kazakhstan have decided it is time to put a little bit more tempo in. They don't want this gap to start to grow, because if this leading group get to 4 and 3 laps to go, they've still got an advantage. They'll start to think they can stay away, and then they'll ride even harder.
Yeah, and you know, they'll get good morale, and because of the amount of turns and slow dead spots on this course, that can make it a little bit harder for a chase group to really start to make inroads to a lead group, and it can play into the hands of a group if they've got strength left. Obviously, if they've held back, you know, if they've given everything out there in the early part of the race, then they will just be hanging on literally. And then the fresher, stronger riders and the riders with the numerical advantage, which are these guys, obviously the peloton, as we see an Austrian rider just having a little bit of a dig off the front, or it could very well have just done a big turn, and you know, some of the riders behind just letting that go because they don't want to go too deep. Some of them, you know, just keep a nice tempo here. You know, that's one of those dead spots. Got a few, you know, few bricks in the road, the clinkers, as we used to call them. Certainly not cobbles by any means, but just negotiating that that left and then the right-hand turn.
Yeah, a few little changes of surface here or there. So just to reset for you, if you are just tuning in now, 5 laps of racing to go. The leading group is Incorn of the Netherlands, Gebris Geber of Eritrea, Biko of Portugal, Muller of Switzerland, Gomez Colombia, Rajbik Bouchesmeh of Iran, Lachlan of Ireland, Uwase of Rwanda, Daniel of the United States of America. The advantage on Radio Tour, 3 minutes is now the advantage, as Poland, Great Britain, Norway and Australia are the main teams represented at the front of the race, controlling things. There'll be some conversations going on, I guess, Rob, between these teams to say, are you prepared to put a rider at the front? Are we going to ride? And each team will have their own game plan.
Yeah, and sometimes you know, you'll have a discussion and you say, look, you put a rider up, we'll put a rider up. You don't, I won't. And this, you can sometimes have a little bit of a standoff, which is, you know, often why teams will put a rider up fairly early on, and you show commitment to everybody else in the peloton, and then hopefully they'll join in with you and they'll stick a rider up. As now it looks like Australia just starting to get themselves up there, but no real, you know, concerted effort at the moment on the front. It's fairly steady away.
This rider was the points jersey winner in the Tour de l'Avenir, wearing number 13, Vincenzo Albanese of Italy. Just going back to the team card, get a few more bottles and look after the rest of the team. Very important. Ryan Mullen said after his time trial, his job this weekend's to be a camel.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, up and down the peloton. Would you, if you know, the amount of times that you're going past, it's not like you've got a long time to wait to go past the feed, but as we've seen, it can be, you know, you're not necessarily guaranteed to pick up your bottle, even if you can spot your soigneur on the side of the road. But the team cars, you know, even once the peloton has actually gone past us, underneath us here in commentary, it is still a good minute or so until all of the cars have gone through, minute and a half. So they're very spread out, the vehicles.
Looks like one rider just jumping clear. And this looks like it is one of the Swiss riders, Tom Verken again. He was the first major attack, one of the first major attackers of the day. And Verken looks like he just wants to get a little bit more work being done at the front of this race. He's an attacking rider, Tom Verken, going clear now of the front of the peloton. 2:52. Moritz has solved the question of where Filippo Ganna was when we saw his bike right at the start lying in the middle of the road. He was standing in the middle of the roundabout. He must have landed and run.
Yeah, he probably went down and his bike actually slid out, obviously with the trajectory that he was going. And we've got an Irish rider now on the front.
Eddie Dunbar now
Eddie Dunbar having a dig.
Suddenly the tempo has really gone up at the front of this race. So we said in the next 20k this race will start to ignite, and Dunbar's basically to do some work now at the front, which maybe is a little bit surprising considering O'Loughlin is in the breakaway group. But maybe just oh no, they were coming back to a little group of those who had just gone off the front. And sometimes, Robert, I think it's sometimes hard to explain, but in races that are criterium style races, sometimes you'll see attacks of riders who have got riders in the breakaway, and you think, why are they chasing? And really what they're doing is putting in a big turn to hurt the legs of the other riders, so that then actually what happens is the peloton slows down.
Yeah,
is that right?
You put pressure on everybody else, and you know this is a section of the course here where there are several roundabouts consecutively, and what that can do is create a bit of racing just because you're fighting for position amongst the peloton. If you can imagine, you've got a big wide boulevard, a big long section. You can see 2 or 3 kilometers down the road. Sometimes that can be, you don't want to attack off the front because, well, everyone will just sit in your wheel and follow you. Whereas when you've got, some lefts, some rights, and you start to carry some speed, it can create a little bit more racing. And that's one of the reasons why criterium racing is so fast and furious. It's literally because you're just fighting for position.
2:50 now is Radio Tour's time, 2:44 on the screen, 68 kilometres to go. Just caught a glimpse of Jonathan Dibben of Great Britain at the front, a world champion of the points race on the track. Everybody else sitting in the wheels. That little bit of skirmish has calmed down a little bit, so everything else is calm yet again. It's Inghorn who goes to the front. The Eritrean rider second wheel. O'Loughlin in the green goes through, followed by Biko of Portugal, who's had an eventful time in this front group, having crashed a little while earlier. Gomez of Colombia working his way through. The very talented American rider Gregory Daniel in Rob Hales' favourite kit goes through to the front. The Iranian rider, what a great ride he's had. Earlier you said, I think it might have been him who threw the bag, but we'll... he didn't. Look,
take that back.
It's hanging out of his helmet.
Yeah, we'll take that back.
The Iranian rider, Rajbik Bouchesmeh, is happily sitting on the back of the group. They're
last orders at the bar. Look, there's one. Snooze, you lose.
Exactly. Who's going to take it? One bottle left for any of these riders. If you hadn't seen the bottles, the Colombian's going to get it. Well, he tried.
He tried.
Someone else is going to get it first.
Yep, it's not got your name on it, unfortunately.
No. He obviously hasn't got his Qatar Riles with him. See whether he gets it this time. The motorbike will have another go. He definitely wants it. The Iranian rider's also thinking the bottle's his. Oh, he had a spare one. Look at that.
There we go. He already had it in his hand, so
he's got
now
one.
There's one.
9 riders in the lead of this World Championship. 67 kilometres to go. 2 minutes 50 is the advantage. Colombian rider just pours a little bit of water on his neck to cool him down. I wonder when we're going to see a significant chase from this peloton. We've mentioned the big teams, the teams who've got sprinters in here. The Norwegians, the Italians have got great sprinters. Great Britain, Belgium also have got some sprinters in their squad. United States of America have a rider in the breakaway already. The Danish squad with Mads Pedersen, Mads Vert Schmidt, who's going to Katusha for 2017, the world champion of the time trial last year. The Netherlands, I haven't mentioned Cees Bol, who was the winner of the Olympias Tour overall, who many people think could be a possible winner here. Right on cue, Mads Vert Schmidt comes to the back. Didn't have a good day in the time trial. He's looking after the interests of maybe Mads Pedersen later on in this this race. But lots of riders who are at some point are going to ask their team to come forward and do the work to get back. This Eritrean, the Eritreans, as far as hitting bottles are concerned, are not having a good day.
They're having danger magnets, aren't they, where those bottles are concerned? Yeah, you've got to be careful, and the feed can often be one of the most dangerous parts. As Great Britain again, having a dig, trying to set things up. Saw Jonathan Dibden up near the front earlier, World Points Race champion on the track.
This is
just
Gabs
looking
Cully
across.
now.
Yeah, it is Callett going. He had a fairly decent tour of Britain a few weeks ago, doing some good work for his teammates.
I'm surprised he's doing this much work though. These little jumps, because I think he's one of the fastest sprinters in this field. But maybe he's been asked to just soften things up a little bit. Well,
yeah, maybe, sometimes you'll use, maybe he's just not feeling in form, and that's the other thing. You can go off of, off of previous form. You can look on paper and you go, yeah, that's the man. But maybe you get out there, and actually after an hour or so, you think, you know what, I'm really not feeling good. I will, use me to try and stir things up. It's going to be very difficult for one lone rider to make up 2 minutes and 51, obviously, on a group of 9 who at the moment are working extremely well. Maybe he was hoping that he was going to bring 2, 3, 4 other riders with him, but it certainly doesn't seem to have had the effect that he'd have wanted at the moment. Because the thing is that the peloton know, well, he's got 3 minutes. There's no way he's going to ride himself up to the front, and if he does, what's he going to have left for the end? Nothing.
Yeah, exactly, nothing. He reminds me a lot, when you look at him from the front, of Roger Hammond, the way he rides a bike. Roger Hammond was always a powerful bike rider, didn't have skinny arms, just looked like a proper powerful bike rider, loved riding the Tour of Qatar. And Gabs Cully is very similar, also a sprinter or a rider who can ride in the flatlands. He's obviously on good form right now as he goes clear, but this is a big use of energy for Great Britain. And I'm wondering whether when the team see him here at the side of the road, they'll tell him to calm down a little bit. Takes a bottle.
Yeah, it was
nicely done.
Good catch. Fifth in the European road race, so we know he's got good form. Like I say, he was showing pretty good form. He was always there or thereabouts, doing good work in the Tour of Britain, which is a tough race. Certainly different parcours to this. Very up and down, and difficult roads to ride back in the UK so many times that race goes over.
Don't forget, you can give us your predictions now or ask us any questions at McCrossan, at Rob Hales 1 on Twitter if you would like to join us and get interactive during the closing stages of this Under-23 World Championship. Another problem for a Belgian rider, and this looks like it's Jenthe Beermans.
I think he's their sprinter as well for Belgium, so that's not good for them.
No, I think he's crashed there.
Yep, I think he's had a...
He has, you can see his shoulder there, and he's getting a spare bike. He's got to just stay relaxed. He seems like
in the feed. Looks like it's a crash in the feed there. That's obviously the Soigneur.
The Soigneur's gone straight across. He may have hit a bottle or he missed his musette or something. But Belgians' hopes, Jenthe Beermans has a problem. He's safely in the convoy. The question is whether he's shaken up at all and whether he's hurting after that crash.
Sometimes if you have a bit of an incident, just seeing a slow motion shot, so are we going to pick anything up from that?
Here we go. Well, he hit the left-hand side of the road. Went into the barriers there.
Perhaps could have been a bottle again going under your wheel, and it just takes your wheel away from you. But either way, that's not good news for him. Sometimes if you have a crash later on in the race, it's not necessarily a detriment to you because you've got that adrenaline. You get yourself back in, as long as physically you can get yourself back in. And sometimes you can give a really good sprint at the end. But when it happens, a little bit further out like we've got here, then by the time you get to the finish, your adrenaline's worn off and you can go into a little bit of a slump and have a bit of a dip.
Just having a look here. Another Rwanda rider has just gone clear of the front of the race, and this I think is Joseph Ararua. It is, who has gone clear. I'm wondering why he's decided to do that. He's a rider they mentioned earlier on Twitter. I can't remember who it was, who mentioned as Joseph Ararua could be a rider to do something today, but using a little bit of energy now with 62 kilometres to go. 3:13 is the advantage. 9 riders in the lead, 1 rider in the gap. That's Gabs Cullig of Great Britain, who is in the gap as they make their way onto this longer stretch of road. A little bit of an echelon formation at the front. The wind slightly coming from the right-hand side of the road, but not enough to speak of to split this race up. And it's Kazakhstan now who have decided to put a couple of riders on the front, followed by Spain, followed by Norway. Always keen. They are so confident in Christopher Halvorsen, 2 stage wins in the Olympias Tour, stage winner in the Tour de l'Avenir. Norway must feel that today is their day to take the victory, and Norway have got a great history in this under-23 road race. 2014, Sven-Erik Byström won. His teammate Christopher Skjerping took the bronze medal. Sondre Enger, who has been riding for Yam Cycling until the end of this season, won the bronze medal in 2013. And if you go way, way back to 1997, Kurt Azor Arvidsson also took the world title on a day that he beat Oscar Freire into the finish. 61k to go. We're coming up now with 4 laps of racing, and now we've got a problem for
talking of Spanish riders. Yeah, there we go, and that's you know, got his chain caught, and he's doing a good job of trying to fix that in the middle of the road. He's got called chain suck. That's come out, and there you go. Get your hand in. Good mechanic there. Didn't panic. You know, he knew exactly what it was. Come on, bike rider, get out of my way. There are you know. That was probably jumping out of the bend, trying to accelerate. You put a lot of load onto the bike. The chain can sometimes jump, and then it gets sucked up from the inside ring, the smaller ring on the inside, and it gets caught between the chain ring and the frame, and then it can be very difficult to get it out. The mechanic spotted that straight away, got his hand in and yanked it back out, and then give your rider a good push.
The mechanic's doing such a great job. Jamie Castrillo of Spain, that was. On the back, Michael O'Loughlin. 4 laps of this 15-kilometre circuit to go, and they lead across with the Swiss rider setting the tempo. That's Muller. Jan Harm thinks the breakaway is going to stay away from this race today. If they did, it would be the first time we'll have seen it in a World Championship for a little while, that the breakaway does stay away. And if it does, it's going to be interesting for the rest of the races because the peloton surely are very, very confident. Sharon Millett, thank you for joining us. Coffee in hand, enjoying the racing as we see Kazakhstan really up in the tempo.
Well, you're welcome, as long as it's not instant coffee.
No instant coffee anywhere near you, Rob.
No, thank you.
No.
Don't even have it in the house.
Don't you?
No, we don't. Visitors can go without. I'm not wasting a good coffee on them, but...
How's the coffee been in the hotel, by the way?
Actually, it's not too bad.
Is it okay?
It's not too bad. It's certainly passable.
Good. Haven't tried it yet. Had an interesting conversation this morning, though, about the toaster with Marcel Kittel and Tony Martin, who seem to be quite into their toasters.
Hello, I've not attempted that one.
Yeah, they were...
Try and stay away from the bread if I can. You know, it's moment on the lips and all.
Yeah,
I'll stick with the almond croissant. I'll let you talk in a minute.
I've
been sticking with the almond croissants
myself.
Yeah,
Have
right,
you?
I'll stop now.
Kazakhstan riding, let's forget about toasters now. Tony Martin thought it's the most expensive, one of the most expensive toasters. We all agreed that we've ever seen. It's pretty electronic and lets the bread go down very carefully and back up at a perfect time. There you go. Kazakhstan now on the front. 50k to go. Norway now look much more interested in trying to assist in bringing this race back together. Notably, though, Italy also very near the front. with a lot of riders very evident at the front of the race. Towards the back, one of the American riders pouring water all over his legs. You were mentioning before the start about keeping skin as cool as possible, and also how you can acclimatise a little bit better to these sorts of conditions.
Yeah, there's a lot of different studies that have been going out around doing the rounds, and various different papers on heat acclimatization. And one that was brought to my attention just last night was a little bit like the outlook of altitude training, which is can often be especially if you're a lowlander, is to train at sea level but live and sleep at altitude. And one of the latest papers on heat acclimatization is actually train cool, but as soon as you've trained, have a hot bath. So basically train at 18 degrees if possible, and have a bath at 40 degrees. And it was Asker Jürgendrup who sent me the tweet just about and sending this paper. Now here's a guy who's worked, I did a program with him for Channel 5 actually back in the UK, which is going out in the back end of November, Tour de Celeb, where we had to get themselves through the Tour. And Asker is a guy who, very good coach, nutritionist, and has worked with Team Lotto NL Jumbo, Team Lotto Soudal as well over the years. And so he knows his stuff. And apparently, if you do this, train cool, and then overheat your body straight afterwards, they've found in running at least you get almost a 5% increase in performance through the heat, and putting yourself up to that. I know from my experience over the years, I've kind of done the opposite, or train, and once I've trained, I found cooling myself down straight away. So I don't know, maybe it's horses for courses, maybe I was doing it completely wrong. I don't know, and this is the thing. You always find out, it's too late, isn't it, by the time you've found out. And, it's one of those, if only I knew then what I know now.
Exactly, yeah.
But there are various things. But also keeping the skin cool, and often we see bike riders, we saw them just before they were getting up for the time trial, as we've seen Great Britain now in their, fairly commonplace on the front.
Yeah.
They learned that back in 2011, didn't they? Ride tempo on the front for their sprinter. But, keeping the skin cool, whether that's a physical gain, but certainly a mental and a psychological gain to your performance later on in the race.
So interesting how the riders have been trying to acclimatise to this heat, and some have done it better than others. That's an interesting study that we can take reference on as to maybe how you can improve your performance even if you're at 18 degrees. I was wondering whether the Italians have been doing that, because they have stayed, a lot of the team, the elite men's team, have stayed in quite cold conditions in Italy, and not come and acclimatised that early. I wonder whether they are doing something similar.
Quite possibly, and that's the thing. You just don't know what what other nations are doing. The different outlooks from from various nations, and it always amazes me, especially in timed events. You have people from all over the globe. They'll have different training strategies, different build-ups, and they come together, and still they're so close to, can be so close in performance-wise. And it's that old adage, isn't it? There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Exactly. The Kuwait rider has decided to pull out of the race. This is Abdulhadi Al-Ajmi, who's getting into the ambulance at the side of the road. And still, the 9 riders continue with their work rate, 2:31. They seem to have realised that this race is starting to accelerate behind. They'll be getting some time gaps, and they need now to put in the tempo with 56 kilometres of racing to go. The setup, as far as medical is concerned, for those of you who would like to know, there are ambulances and doctors in the race. The teams have their doctors too. And on the start line, which we go past each lap, there is a full mini hospital that's been built, which has also important equipment for heat exhaustion to help the riders recover if it should be needed. So every little medical attention has been paid to try and help the riders if there's a problem. You can go straight to that mini hospital, have x-rays, do stitches, almost do little mini surgery if it's required on the start line here in Qatar. It's very easy just to not see some of that infrastructure that goes on around about the race. 55 kilometers to go, 2:27 is the advantage. I'm just looking as the peloton go past our commentary box going down the other side of the road, that certainly this race is really starting to change. There was one rider in the convoy for Australia trying to get some bottles. Apart from that, it is Great Britain now riding a big tempo on the front of this peloton. They've decided that it's time to bring this race back together, and they are going to do it very, very quickly by the looks of things. There was the rider I just saw in the convoy who's coming back. That's Lucas Hamilton of Australia. Loads of bottles there.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. You pick your moment to go back for bottles, and then the next thing, you've got a team on the front really start to stretch things out, and we can see that time now really starting to tumble down. Already starting to drop and eat into that lead with 54.5 kilometers left to go.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Lots of messages today on Twitter. We really appreciate that. It's 165.7 kilometers. It's nice to have you joining us and talking about the subjects you want to talk about, as well as what we would like to talk about here at this UCI Road World Championships. Over the coming days, we've got the junior race, then the women's elite race, and then we finish on Sunday with the men's elite road race. This race is starting to really warm up. A question from David Bailey. Rob Barthel.
No, it's not a question, this is a statement.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Barthel Sauna. Advantage is your core temperature is already elevated post-training, so it helps you acclimatise quicker.
Well, mine certainly used to get elevated post-training. But yeah, David Bailey, sports scientist, part of BMC now, as one of our coaches and sports scientists back in GB. So he should know what he's talking about.
Sounds
like
he does.
At least he better. Either that or he's blagging.
I think he knows what he's talking about. Let's go with that.
He should do.
He should, without a shadow of a doubt. Canada towards the back now of the race. That was Alexander Cowan we got a little glimpse of there. If you're a fan of the Canadian team, you can give us your predictions on Twitter if you would like to do. We're looking here at Norway and Great Britain still maintaining the front of the race. They are the ones who are taking the initiative to try and bring this race back together, and the front group is looking sketchy now. 3 riders going clear. There's a few tired legs in here, and the American rider very keen to go across. Gregory Daniel of the United States of America looking around, and the Iranian rider I think is having a little bit of cramp. He slaps his legs there. Rajbik Bouchesme, he was the rider who left the gap, and now we're starting to see some tiredness, some fatigue is creeping into this front group.
Well, this is where it starts to get a problem, and questions start to get raised over whether a group like this is actually going to succeed and stay away for much longer, just because, like you say, you've got riders who are starting to get fatigued now. You know, we're quite a long way into this race. You know, 2.5 hours, just over 2.5 hours of racing has been covered, and you know, the fatigue will start to get in. You've got 1 or 2 riders who are still feeling good, that's trying to push on, and then you have 1 or 2 riders that just physically cannot stay within the wheels here, and this creates a problem for everybody else within the squad, and it just means that the time could very well start to tumble, as the workload just isn't being shared out evenly and equally amongst the riders within this group.
Looking down on the peloton, 52.5 kilometers of racing remain. We're getting towards the business end of this race. Fergus and Emmett are watching and cheering on Team Ireland, Eddie, Michael and Dara, who are in the race for Ireland. You've also got Matthew Teggart as well. I think he's still back in the peloton. He was dropped after the crash a little while ago, but I think he's still here. Miles Scottson there on the right-hand side, asking for the team car to come up and have a final chat, because I think once we get another 10 kilometres in here, we are going to see this race really start to fire. The power is going to go on, and Miles Scottson won't be able to go back to the team car there.
The international sign for a drink there.
Yeah,
from Miles.
He's
so
thirsty.
No doubt, poor old Seb Piquet in race radio, the Frenchman who works for ASO. He'll be fairly busy today, just giving the information, asking the team cars which nation need to be coming up to and fro. He'll be very, very busy back in the convoy, and it could be quite a dangerous place for the riders when when it's that busy. Team cars really fighting for their position. They come up here, you can see bottles being handed up. It's not a lot of food being handed up today. It's pretty much fluid is the priority. And then the Australian team car, they'll draw lots at in last night's meeting as to where they go. And
for 2 minutes 30 now, the advantage. Yeah, you're right. Radio Tour very busy. Although I hadn't heard him speak for 5 minutes, so I think he was having his lunch. Talking of food,
he does like I think it's an eight or a 9 minute nap that he has. Someone else will take over for him, but certainly during a week like this,
he's sitting in the back of
busy.
Team car,
Yeah, the Tour de France day after day. So he's a little bit of a power nap, and then he's ready to go again.
Exactly. Sounds like the front group is still looking a little bit under pressure now. 2:25 as we look through this peloton. If you're just joining us for the run into the finish, the race situation is like this. We've had 9 riders in the lead for quite a while. We saw some initial skirmishes in the race. It included Switzerland, Kazakhstan, Morocco, also Luxembourg were involved in some of the skirmishes as well. And then we saw a group of 9 go clear. It was Inkhorn of the Netherlands, Gebres Gaber of Eritrea, Biko of Portugal, Muller and Gomez. Muller of Switzerland, Gomez of Colombia. Biko crashed. He then made his way back to the front. And then they were joined by Raj Bigbush Shazmeh of Iran, Lachlan Ubuzea of Rwanda, and Daniel of the United States of America. I'm wondering, Gabs Kaleig still in the gap? At this moment in time, we haven't seen him for a long time, or did he sit up and go back to the peloton? I haven't seen him for a long time.
I don't know. I would imagine that he's back in the peloton, seeing as the other British lads are certainly on the front. It can be difficult to see on this monitor, to be fair, at times, just exactly who the riders are, especially from head on. But this gap is just being maintained a little bit at the moment now. 2.5 minutes just under.
I think Gabs Kaleig has sat up and is now back in the peloton. 2:26. Gregory Daniel goes to the front yet again. He's a rider who's very urgent in this breakaway. He recognises that he wants to keep the pressure on the other teams for as long as he possibly can. United States of America with Jeffrey Curran, another possible winner of this race. They've got Nielsen Paulus, who's won so many races in the last 12 months. So these riders in the front are taking the pressure off their teammates, and they're doing a stunning job out here in the roads of Qatar.
And here you can see a point, they're just coming into that bend and they're all just looking over each other's shoulder. You swing over, you hope to go to the back, but then you've got riders behind you slowing down because we're coming into this bend, and all of a sudden you find yourself slotted in, and yet again you're up near the front having to do another turn.
The Colombian rider in here has been riding strongly all day today. This is Gomez of Colombia. They're all looking around at each other a little bit more to see how they're doing. Brian Gomez of Colombia slots into the wheels to continue with his work when he needs to go back to the front of the race. The speed of the peloton now, 42 kilometers an hour. Brian Gomez, 21 years of age, and this season has just finished, not ridden loads of races at UCI level, rode the Tour of the Gila and got 7th on a stage. Also rode the Joe Martin race and got 8th on a stage, was 5th in the individual time trial championships of Colombia. This Iranian rider trying to get some life into his legs. He's constantly thumping them. Think that does the trick?
Probably not. Could very well just be, you know, sandbagging a little bit. Let the other lads think that you're starting to struggle, starting to cramp up, or maybe he's just found that that's the best thing for him, or maybe he's just punishing himself because he's not feeling as good as he feels that he should be.
Well, to be honest, having an Iranian rider in the breakaway, another emerging nation, it's great to see him in here, having made the break. He had to ride across with the other riders, Lachlan included, and he's still there, and he's at the front of a World Championship, and he has been for what is an hour and a half or so. Gabs Culleg is back here now. He's sitting right on the wheel of James Shaw. James Shaw's the rider in the red and white helmet. The Norwegian team looking still strong so far. The French have done no work at all today. They've been hiding. The Danish team are doing a good job of hiding back here in the peloton, and the Germans have done no work whatsoever. There's a few teams not prepared to take this race on. It's going to be quite enticing to watch over this final 47 kilometres as to exactly what's going to happen here.
Yeah, once you get to this point in the race, it can really start to tumble down the kilometres, and before you know it, you've only got a handful left. So you've got to be wary with the amount of bends, the amount of twists and turns left on this race. You know, position will be quite vital for anybody who wants to get themselves up there, and don't leave yourself, get yourself out of position on the run in. You know, give yourself the easiest path between here and the finish line. You know, look around you. How can I get these other riders to get me across the line first? Whether it's your own teammates who are obviously on your side, or certainly should be, or if you can surf off any of the other teams, use those riders, get them. You know, if you need to move up, do you dive bomb? Do you do kind of the unwritten rule, go against that and dive bomb people going into the bends? You know, dive under them as they and try and outbreak them. That can be quite dangerous. But sometimes when you get to that late stage in the race, that's what happens. Or do you wait till there's an open section of the road and use your strength, or anybody else, you know, other riders trying to move up, quick jump on their wheel and save yourself that 30–40% of energy and slipstream up and get yourself into a good position. If you're already there, then you can relax. But if you're having to make that time up later on in the race, that can be very difficult and just sap energy that you'll need later on for that sprint finish.
The Eritrean rider, to me, seems to be suffering in this front group as well, now and then just losing the wheel. That's the rider you can see there in the blue, red and yellow. The Dutch rider just having something else to eat right at the back of the race. These riders starting to show some real signs of fatigue. Other riders look a little bit fresher in this group than others. The Eritrean rider, the Iranian rider, suffering now. Lachlan looks okay to me. The other rider who looks still good is Biko, but he's crashed today, but he still looks fine. The Rwandan rider still looks full of fight. Gregory Daniels starting to look a little bit more tired for the United States of America, but maybe just the heat. Every now and then he's just going to the front and takes a big deep breath, just trying to cool himself down a little bit. 3 laps of racing to go now, 2 hours and 41 minutes, and it won't be long now until we see whether this race come back together. The flags are fluttering quite strongly from the right-hand shoulder of these riders as they make their way across the line. 3 laps of 15.2 kilometres to decide who is the world champion.
Yep, just coming up towards 3 o'clock now, and the conditions just cooling down a little bit here. Not too much, you know, conditions are fairly constant here, but it's not quite as searing, the heat, as it had been earlier. But you know, this is the point now, especially for riders in the break, where the further you get into this race, the bigger the difference you find between riders. Those who have either done a little bit too much work and are starting to suffer, or those who have just been hanging on, and you know they've got less fitness, less endurance than the other riders, and your power starts to fall off, and that's where you get the gaps start to open up. Obviously earlier on in the race everyone's that much fresher, and they've got more in the legs, so you really do start to see the differences. And back in the peloton as well, there are those who have been resting, those who have waited. As you mentioned, the German team, we haven't really seen them on the front yet. Are they waiting? Are they biding their time? Or are they already on the limit? You just never really know until you see them on the front and see what they've got to deliver.
Philippe Pagana back in the team cars taking some drink. You're right about the Germans, Rob, but they've got Pascal Ackermann, who will ride for Bora next year, under 23 national champion Phil Bauhaus, Leonard Kemner, Marco Matisse, also Maximilian Schachmann. It's a stunning team for Germany, and this gap now, we'll just have a look here with 3 laps to go. Last time it was 2:53. Now it's going to have dropped by around about 30 seconds, maybe a little bit more, as it comes down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the line. They've taken back 33. The average speed to date, 44.578 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, they're holding it fairly evenly at the moment. They've obviously dropped just a little bit, that front group, but there's no real big chase on the front, just a little bit of tempo, you know, being set by several of the teams. Poland now starting to move up on the front, and you know, as I said before, the distance between the back of the peloton that you can just see out on the right-hand side of the shot as riders come up to feed, and now is certainly not a time where you want to be feeding, and we've got a rider, number 26, a bike change.
So this is going to be Beermans, who had that problem earlier.
So he wants to get back on his race bike. Is he going to be taking that option? If he does, now is the time to do it. He certainly doesn't want to wait till later on. Or is it wait for the team car?
Well, oh, it's for the team car. So they're going to put the bike back on the car, just in case anything should happen on the run into the finish. I guess it's important that he has the spare bike in there.
Well, we think that he's the rider that they'll be looking out for. They're their #1 priority. So yeah, he's obviously on his spare bike now, and obviously needed a little bit of maintenance. It's far easier for the mechanic in the pits to be able to deal with it, rather than the mechanic hanging out of the car while the bike's up on the roof, obviously. So that's their plan B, is a spare bike, because the last thing you want to be doing is having a wheel change in the latter stages. If you can have if it's a rear wheel puncture, obviously if he crashes again, has a mechanical, and he's got no spare bike, then that's it. And here you can see the speed really starting to be pushed on now in the peloton. You know, all the riders further back starting to fight for those wheels. It's one long line, and here you can see 2 minutes and 4 now, that advantage really starting to tumble by the tiring riders as they sprint down for this 180-degree turn here.
What I'm wondering is, oops, a Canadian rider almost hitting a musette, an Eritrean missing another bottle.
See, riders just dropping stuff, you know, throw it out, get it away. There you see a rider, and there you go. That's, you know, and this is part of the problem. And if you're going to stop, don't do it in the middle of the road, please.
No, 1-1-2 there. Brian of Eritrea trying to get this musette out of the gears. Problematic. He's doing well. He's in the World Championships. He's still in the peloton. That's the last thing you want. There is a little lack of consideration by these riders, isn't there?
And it's one of the things that, guys, you know, you have to learn. You still see it at, you know, at the elite level as well. But, you know, you've just got to learn, guys. You know, he thinks he's got rid of it, but it's caught in the jockey wheels there on the back. He's trying to... He's doing the best he can without actually having to stop, but no chance. Oh, he's got a teammate there who's risking his fingernails, or worse.
What?
You know, pedal back. You know, he didn't. The first option there is to actually pedal back, because obviously you pedal forward and you're dragging it further and further in. If you pedal backwards, you might actually, it might drop out. he didn't go for that option.
I'm just looking at the average speeds of the laps, and if you look at the elite men's and women's championship, generally what happens is they start steady and they get faster and faster and faster. And in this race, they started fast and they're going slower and slower. Just shows you the different style of racing.
Yep, hanging on. We could very well see in the next, over the next couple of laps, a little bit of an increase in average speed potentially. Certainly from the peloton. I'm guessing that the average speed is actually being taken off the front of the race, which you would expect this group to get a little bit slower. The amount of work that's been done, and as we could see the difference between the riders now, the strongest riders in this group, and the weaker ones further back, those who are just pretty much just hanging on, and they're there for the ride now.
Very important now to be near the front if you are wanting to win this race. The leading group have ridden so well today. They are Incorn of the Netherlands in the orange, Gebres Geber in the multicoloured kit of Eritrea. Wonderful to see one of the Eritrean riders in the front group. Biko of Portugal, Muller of Switzerland, Gomez we talked about a moment ago from Colombia, Rajbik Bouchesme of Iran, Lachlan of Ireland, Uweze of Rwanda, and Gregory Daniel of the United States of America there in the Stars and Stripes. The USA have had a wonderful championship so far, with Brandon McNulty taking a gold, with Amber Naben taking gold, and Gregory Daniel is doing a great job to take the pressure off the rest of his teammates, who can have a remote control armchair ride until they get to the finishing line. In the American team, Jeffrey Curran, Colin Joyce, Justin Owen and Nielsen Paulus. And the Americans, of course, previously in this under 23 don't have loads of great performances, but Taylor Finney was the bronze medalist back in 2010 behind Michael Matthews, who was the winner. Other previous winners, Arnaud Demar of France, a world champion in 2011. Ivan Basso was the winner in 1998. Kurt Arsel Arvidsson in 1997. Jenther Bermans coming back to the team cars. Yet again, this is the rider who crashed earlier, and I wonder whether he's going to have a bike change, because he's definitely not on the bike he could be on. He's got hasn't even got the deep section wheels or anything, so I think he's going to have a bike change shortly. He's back in the convoy and he's using a lot of energy, but it might be worthwhile.
Yep, if you're going to do it, then now would certainly be the time. It can be very difficult when you have a mechanical, you jump on a spare bike. Even if you have two identical bikes, the setup can be exactly the same. Generally, the rider will normally have a preferred bike, and the preferred bike is obviously the one that you're already on. And so they're just having a discussion about, how you're feeling, what we're going to do, or is that it? No, it's game over. It's game over.
They just had a chat, and
there you go.
Team director shook his hand, said thank you, but this rider, what a shame. He had to crash earlier. You can see the battle scars on the jersey and down his back, and he's decided that that's it. The World Championships is over.
What a shame for Belgium. That really is. And here we've got an issue, a bit of cramp there for the Eritrean rider.
And this is the rider who was in the lead group.
He was.
The doctor is immediately with him. And he is now out of that front group. He's getting a little bit of attention here. It's cramped up totally. Gebres Geber of Eritrea. And yep, he's getting some ice spray on that to just try and help him, but he's out of the leading group.
Get the cold wet sponge on him. That's it. So we're now down to 8. Whether that is going to be of any significance to the front group, certainly you may as well be down to 8.
Well,
rather than trying to drag a rider who's cramping up.
Yeah, Rob, I said earlier he was starting to suffer. He looked to me like he was really starting to suffer in the group. He was losing the wheel. He was letting the gap go. And now we see what's happened. He just had to come to a standstill. That's what happens in these races.
You don't see that very often, do you? Not from the break, certainly. Maybe from the back of the peloton. But it just goes to show how hard these guys are having to try, and how much harder it is, certainly physically, to be up in the group. But certainly if you've got anything left, it'll be it's a nicer place to be at the moment, certainly than the bottom of our screen here, being in the last handful of riders in the peloton. You know, you're back there, you're looking up, and you can see that safer group just going around the roundabout now, where it bulks up a little bit, and there are more riders. There's a lot more slipstreaming effect, riders pushing the wind ahead of you, as opposed to the guys further back down on the tail. And that's you know, that's a difficult place to be, especially at this point in the race.
On the front, the tempo being set pretty strongly now. It's Belgium, who are the team who've decided to do the chase. So Belgium, Australia, Spain are all at the front now. Teams that we haven't really mentioned that much at the front of the race. Also near the front are Germany. They've put a rider up. Denmark have put 3 riders in the front group of the peloton. Norway now, the arrival of Slovenia on the right-hand side. Suddenly, this race is changing. Only 36.8 kilometres of this World Championship remain, and Australia now take the initiative to try and chase this race down. 8 leaders. We've lost the rider from Eritrea. 1:18 now the advantage as Inkhorn tries to get a little bit more urgency out of this front group. He's obviously still feeling good for the Netherlands there on the left-hand side, and he goes clear through the feed zone. But he misses his bottle. That's a little bit of a mistake by that Dutch rider. Riding flat out through the feed zone. He clearly needed a bottle, and when he got to his soigneur, he's going so fast he couldn't take it.
Well, that's, you know, that's another lesson that you need to learn. There was no panic there. He did, you know, Pascal Inkhorn, the rider, riding quickly through the feed. The soigneur was probably handing the bottle up, thinking, "What are you doing? Just back off a little bit here." You know, he's good. I mean, he's got a good 10 bike lengths or so. Absolutely no chance whatsoever. You know, your hands are sweaty, you're fatigued, and you know the bottles as well, they're cold. They've come out of the ice box, so they're dripping wet. Yeah. You know, often you'll see the soigneur, they'll have a towel with them as well, and they'll try and dry the bottle off as best as possible, just to give it a little bit more grip. But you've got to give yourself the best chance as possible, and riding at a high tempo through the feed, that's not the way to do it.
He seems like he's very focused. He got the Colombian rider to move on. I mean, there's a little bit of a balance between riding hard and making mistakes, and that is a mistake for him to make there. But he's still riding really flat out on the front of this group now. He's the rider who is getting everyone stirred up, but that is going to cost him later on in this race.
It could very well cost him a lot. You know, is he really feeling that good? Which is possible. But sometimes you get to a point in the race, and there is someone, someone's really dishing it out, really piling it on, and then before you know it, their legs have dropped off, and they're really struggling, and you know, they've lost all their power. And occasionally, one of the signs that many riders get just before that point of literally blowing their doors off and really starting to struggle is
that you feel great.
Yeah, you feel great, and you know, that just makes it even worse.
Another missed bottle.
Another missed one.
James Shaw. Oops, he went for the musette and then didn't. Do you wonder whether the heat is getting to the heads of some of these riders now, and they are just not entire?
Yeah, I mean, you need, you know, at that point you need a lot of dexterity, don't you? It needs to be, you know, you need to be on point.
Theo Geoghegan-Hart punctures for Great Britain now at a bad time in the race. 34.6 kilometres to go. Theo Geoghegan-Hart has a front wheel puncture, and this rider, we haven't seen him all day. He's going to have a wheel change. He's very calm indeed by this rider. He's very experienced.
Yeah, he got a very good head on him as Theo Geoghegan-Hart just signed a two-year deal for Sky, and that's about as good as it gets for a change. Obviously, a front wheel change is you know, a lot slicker than a rear wheel, because you've just got to deal with the skewer. You know, now obviously the forks, you've got the little nibs on the end of the forks, which you have to keep. You know, you always had those from factory, but generally once you got your bike, you filed those off. So you could just undo the skewer and the wheel just dropped out. the reason they're on there is for safety, just in case that skewer does come undone during a ride. It means that your front wheel will rattle around, but it won't actually fall out. So it was a few years ago that the UCI decided that that was one of the regulations. You have to keep those on there. So it just adds an extra couple of seconds while the mechanic just unwinds that skewer, drops it out, and then obviously you have to do the same with the new wheel. You put it back in, you have to wind the skewer up and then do it up tight. But it's the same for everyone. But yeah, not an ideal situation in this stage of the race when you could bear in mind how quick the peloton are going. There you can just see the scuffs and the, such a shame.
Yeah. This rider from Belgium, Jens Beermans, a rider a few people had mentioned as a possible winner of today's race. His race is over. The body is given out now as we see the leading group. Also in here from Rwanda, Jean-Claude Uwazai, who is in here, 8th in the African Championships road race, has been 5th in the Rwanda Road Race Championships, led the Tour of the Cameroon as well. One of the riders who came over and raced in Great Britain during this summer to try and help them with their development. Gregory Daniel on the front still. Great to see the Rwanda rider here.
It is, but Gregory Daniel from United States really riding well. He's not shirking at all, is he? He's given more than his fair share, I think, on the front. Really tucked in. Certainly not holding much back at all in reserve.
Well, these riders have got a sense that they've done a great race so far. This 121 is a big ask to stay away, but who's to say it couldn't happen if they can keep this going for a little while. Theo Gegenhardt doesn't look too stressed, does he?
No, just we've got one or two riders just either getting dropped out the back or also having problems, as we saw there. But Theo just nicely tucked in behind the car. I mean, there he's saving a good 50–60% of your energy. And he's up to the final car now. Just looks like the commissaire's car, race radio, Seb PK in there.
Saying let Theo come back. Very easy.
Yeah, and no panic. Now obviously what he's got to do is get himself back up to the front. Jonathan Dibben is there. And 15th in the time trial in the under-23 time trial with a bike change as well, Jonathan Dibben.
Yeah.
So obviously had problems during that. So very good form, points race champion as well. So he'll be. The two of them will now try and negotiate their way back up towards the front of the peloton. So his job's not done yet. The chase isn't done. He can't afford to relax just yet.
He needs to get all the way to the front of the peloton. His teammate will help him do that. 8 riders in the lead. We lost the Eritrean rider. Incorn of the Netherlands in orange, Biko of Portugal, Muller of Switzerland, Gomez is in here for Colombia, Rajbik Bouchesmeh of Iran, Lachlan of Ireland, Uwazai of Rwanda, Daniel of the United States of America. Their advantage 128 now over the chasing peloton, being led by many teams. Michael O'Loughlin has done a very good job in here for Ireland. 1 kilometre to go to the end of this lap, which will bring us to 2 laps of this course to go. To bring us to the finishing line. We are very close to finding out who will be the under-23 world champion. O'Loughlin flicks his elbow, rides for Team Wiggins, a teammate of Jonathan Dibben, and of course helped by Bradley Wiggins, who owns the team. These riders making their way slightly uphill now, and a little bit more shady in this area than it was before, but the wind not blowing too much. It is blowing a little bit. Gregory Daniel, the rest in the forearms there, just trying to get a little bit of more relaxation. But this Rwanda rider, I think, is doing a great job today for this squad. Sneaks onto the back, and Michael O'Loughlin kicks through. 2 laps of racing to go. We're at the 3-hour mark now, and it's not long until we will see the end of this race, which has been pretty fast so far, around about 45 kilometres an hour. O'Loughlin leads, 2 laps to go, 3 hours and 2 minutes goes by.
And there's 1 or 2 of the riders really starting to shirk now and not give anything to this group, and that just means there's more and more pressure on the other riders. They have to do a lot more work. You can see the 2 on the back really not interested or not able to be able to come through. It's as much as they can do to just sit there and stay in the wheels, which just means that for that group is being shared amongst less riders, which puts more pressure on them, and it just means that the amount of riders back here, fresher riders, as we can see, Spain again on the front, and then Great Britain, Australia and Colombia as well, I think, and Norway all starting to move up.
Ivan Garcia is the Spanish powerhouse, going to ride for Bahrain in 2017, and that's why Spain are riding so hard. Back in the cars then, we look here at the Australian rider. This is Lucas Hamilton. I don't know whether he's going back for some conversation or whether he's just had enough.
Yeah, could be just going back for a little bit of information from the team car possibly. But we just saw one or two of the riders, especially on the right-hand side of our shot here, just getting caught up alongside the barriers. You know, you've got to be careful. You don't clip your handlebars or your feet on the edges of the barriers. You know, hopefully if you do, you just scuff along them. But at this point, to get this far into the race and then drag yourself off by just getting bumped across into the barrier from one of the other riders is not ideal at all.
136, 137 now, the advantage with 2 laps to go. The last lap it was 2:20, so they've taken back 44 seconds that time. The lap before they took back 20 seconds and 33 seconds, so it's coming down very, very quickly. 136, 2 laps to go. The chase is on, but it's not on with its absolutely full might yet, but they do have to take it back very quickly. Suddenly the Rwanda rider suffers. He's got cramp.
Another one with cramp.
Suddenly he's gone from looking, I said a little while ago, really good to, as you said, Rob, suddenly you can feel terrible. A problem here, a musette in the wheels.
Do you know what? I've never seen as much. You see it now and again, but
it's happening all day.
Every lap, it seems, there's an issue in the feed, and it's just. I mean, half the problem is, I mean, just look how tightly packed all the soigneurs are, and it's a real mess, isn't it?
Yeah, that Eric Gavars took his musette with some food in it, put it straight into the chain ring, dropped it, and all the food went everywhere. He's got nothing now.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's, you know, it's that old thing, you know, feed, you know, drink before you're thirsty, eat before you're hungry when you're on the bike. If you wait until you're hungry and thirsty, you've got nothing left, and then you think, oh, it's okay, the feed's coming up, I'll wait till then.
Yeah.
And then you miss it.
You're
that
finished,
can be so detrimental. Well, it can be the end of your race. It really can. You then start going around either trying to find a teammate who's got a spare bar or gel who he's willing to lend you, or you try and rob one from someone else. I mean, I've seen it in the past where you're coming up to a feed and you'll be sat on the wheel of someone. You see your soigneur come up, and as the rider in front of you passes them, their hand comes out and grabs the bottle or the gel that you were about to take.
Yeah, that's popular.
Very popular.
I can imagine.
I will go no further.
No, Stefan de Bod's just leaving a little gap. We saw him a while ago. We haven't seen him for a while. 133. Norway are now on the front of the peloton. I think this Rwanda rider is going to disappear soon. The Iranian rider was suffering a while ago. Seems to have recovered now, the Iranian rider. He's not thumping his legs anymore. He seems to be quite happy sat in the group.
He hasn't seen the front for about a quarter of an hour, I
Very
don't think.
true. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can go through real bad patches, and you just have to nurse yourself through. And you know, you constantly, it's knowing your own body, but you're constantly getting feedback. You know, how am I feeling? Am I able to continue this? Do I need to feed? Do I need to drink? You know, sometimes it should often happen, you know, just instinctively, but sometimes you do have to think about what's going on. If I press on here, I'm really going to suffer, so I just have to get myself recovered. And you can come round, but the further into the race you go under these conditions, it can be harder and harder to do that.
The peloton now the length of 2 apartment blocks as they go along this road. It's Norway, all 5 riders on the front, setting the tempo. If you just joined us, the reason Norway are doing this is because Christopher Halvorsen is their team leader, stage winner in the Tour de l'Avenir, 2 stages in the Olympias Tour. He's the rider who's been a little bit tipped as the pre-race favourite. We look down from the helicopter. It's Norway. Behind Norway, a couple of places back, all the Spanish team. To their right-hand side is the team of the United States of America. And Norway certainly looking strong. They look confident. They look ready to try and bring this race to its conclusion. Further on back, we see the Italians who've never seen the front today. They have constantly just sat in the wheels. They're quite happy to stay as it is. Italy have the most medals in this World Championship, 13 medals. 4 of them are gold medals. They include Ivan Basso previously in his career. The Italians know how to win this under-23 title. As they start to move up on the outside, it looks like, just having a quick look, see what other countries are represented on the blue of our screen, Rob.
Yeah, it's difficult. They're all blending into one. Spain certainly there. And there's one. Well, there's one of the Italian riders,
Ganna,
who has gone.
That's Filippo Ganna, who's disappeared, and I'm surprised they would have used him to be one of the lead-out men. He's an individual pursuit world champion, and towards the end of a race, he's extremely fast.
Yeah, maybe they've had to use him. Sometimes you have no option. Occasionally, you can have a team leader who has an issue, and you just or maybe he's just had a bad day. You know, so it doesn't always go to form. But certainly the Norwegian team stamping their authority on this peloton, and you know, for riders further back just negotiating these speed humps, you look up and you can see the team. You know they've got one of the pre-race favourites, one of the big men for the sprint, and they've got, you know, so much strength in depth still. With only 24.5 kilometres to go, it can be difficult and really quite off-putting, and you know that you're going to have a big battle on your hands. But are they doing too much too soon? Because before you know it, if you start to struggle and you lose 1, 2, 3 teammates, that can be it. And then some of the other nations who have sat back, they will wait, they will pounce, they'll bide their time, and then when the moment's right, they will basically come over the top of you into the finish and leave your sprinter stranded.
The Colombian rider is the one to go, which is a surprise, and he's just cracked totally. Gomez of Colombia says goodbye to the leading group, and now they are down to 7 riders. It's starting to take its toll now on the field as to who's going to be left. 116 now. Still, Incorn is looking still very, very good.
Yeah, and there you can see he tried, didn't he? He fought to stay in the wheels, but if you're behind the riders in the slipstream and you still can't stay in the wheels, then you really are in bother. And he'll go back and no doubt try and get himself back into the peloton, try and recover as much as he can. If he's got any food left, any gels, any fluid, try and get that into him, because he's got around about a minute, as we can see, a minute or so advantage over the peloton behind. So he'll have a kilometre or two to cruise along and then try and get back in the wheels, or he may very well just crack and go straight out the back, and then he'll get himself back in the pits and in a shower for him, early shower.
Well, we're starting to think about now who might win this race, because it's going to be a furious run-in to the finish line now. And 110, we're hearing on Radio Tour, is now the advantage for these riders. But it's still Norway setting the tempo, and still look very, very good indeed. They have taken full control. Fair play to them. They've taken the initiative, and they don't seem too worried.
There we go. They're a rider down now. That's number 7, Henrik Evensen, who's gone. So they are now at least 1 man down.
They're starting to use up riders, and that's how they'll just see one rider drop off every now and then. The problem is, have they gone too early? Have they put the riders on the front far too early? It could be can be a big mistake. One question though for you, Rob, as we see the Portuguese rider Bico trying to split the front group up and go clear and try and put all the other riders in difficulty, as Inkhorn now recognises that this race is going to split up. What about riders who are not sprinters, teams that don't have sprinters? What are they going to do? Try and sneak away just before the finish?
Well, the issue for them is obviously if they try and go now, you've got almost a full complement of Norwegian team on the front, so you really have got your hands full there. Plus, where do you go? Because at the moment there's a breakaway of just over a minute away. So even if you can go clear, the chances of you riding across to this group and then staying away to the finish it's non-existent, which is why the sprinters teams will often prefer to leave a break like this out the front, because it just calms things down, and riders are less enticed to try and go on the attack. But if and when this group is finally brought back, that's when it can open it up for someone trying to go for a long break. And, on the run-in, they may very well try to go on the attack. As we see this group now all trying to start to, it's pretty much every man for himself here, isn't it? It's really going to be difficult now, because the fatigue will be setting in so deep with these riders. It's going to be difficult for them. They've got to try and regroup. They need to stay out, because it's now finally just dropped to under a minute, 59 seconds with 24.5 kilometres to go. And still, look, on the front, it's a strong chasing Norwegian squad. Yeah,
this Norwegian team, the makeup of the team, Evensen has gone, but Ole Forfang, Amund Jansen, Fridtjof Roenas and Anders Skarseth are the team who are now leading Christopher Halvorsen to a possible World Championship. That's what they want. They are doing a great job now. 21 kilometres to go. They have ridden a very clever race so far. There's other teams in here, though. Let's go through some of the sprinters then, Rob. Let's think about, if it does come down to a sprint, who's going to win? Halvorsen of Norway, Latham of Great Britain, Paulus, United States of America, Bol of the Netherlands, Lowndes of Australia. They could go with Scotson of Australia, Milano of Colombia, Ackermann and Bauhaus of Germany, Gidic of Kazakhstan, Basko of Slovakia, Garcia of Spain. Anyone else to add?
It's a big group of riders, isn't it? That's quite a lot of nations as well covered. So if they're all feeling that they are the sprinters and they are capable of doing it, then there's only so much room on the road for their sprinters teams to actually get themselves up there and get organised and keep their sprinters up to the front. So I'm hoping that we're not going to see any issues with people, bumping and barging. That will no doubt happen, but I'm just hoping that everybody can keep themselves upright, as we can see one of the riders from the Netherlands just tipping his bottle over his head just down through the vents in his crash hat, just to try and keep the body cool, because they're really starting to work hard now. They're going to be getting tired, obviously. The fatigue really is starting to set in, and it's hot out there, so the more you can try and keep on top of that, just keep that in check, the better.
Thanks very much for joining us. 20 kilometres now to go. Daniel Hennessy says Italy and Belgium still yet to be seen at the front. Belgium came to the front very briefly and then went back into the peloton. So the Italian squad, we also should mention the Italian sprinter we haven't mentioned with Jacob Marezco. He's got to be a big champion from Italy who could take this victory. Where's number 17? We know he's very fast indeed, Marezco. He's won a stage, of course, in the in Tayu Lake. He won a stage of San Luis. He's won 2 stages of the Tour of Turkey, and it could be one of those sprinters who takes it. But don't be surprised if a time trialist sneaks away with a kilometre to go. Gregory Daniels saying to the Swiss rider, do some work, just come through.
Yeah, this is where, you can start, tempers really start to get frayed, and you know, you're tired, you've done a lot of work, you get this far in, and now it's, you know, it's really dropping. That advantage is tumbling. It really is. You know, 43 seconds now, and riders getting tired, not sharing, not willing, not able. You know, at this point, if you're able to give something, then surely you would. But sometimes you're just hanging in there for you know, for all you can. As Spain now finally come to the fore, starting to push on, and you know, 40 seconds now here. You can see there were one or two of the riders, certainly the rider just a minute ago, and there's pressure on the peloton is starting to really show, cracks forming, and that's Jay Hindley there from Australia, so they've lost the rider for their lead out.
Yep, Jay Hindley goes, 33 seconds now, the advantage. The guys at Pro Cycling Stats say look also at Jan Willem van Schip from the Netherlands, could be a possible sprint victor today. 18.6 kilometres to go. This gap is coming down. Spain have put their rider on the front to bring it back now. They've decided that this has to come back. They're going to do it very, very early. I wonder whether they're going to try and go for a sprint or try and split this up on the run-in to the finishing line. 18.5 kilometres remain, 29 seconds. We still have this leading group of riders who've been on the attack. They went away, Rob, just to remind you, the first three riders who went with 153 kilometres to go, and we're now at 18 kilometres to go. That's a long, long time in the lead of this World Championship. They were joined then by the first three to go, Inkhorn of Netherlands, Gebris Gaber, we've lost, of Eritrea. They opened up a gap of 44 seconds. Then Muller and Gomez of Switzerland and Colombia respectively went across to the leading group. They were then joined by four riders, Rajbag Bouchesme of Iran, O'Loughlin of Ireland, and Uwazai of Rwanda, Daniel of United States of America. 18 kilometres to go. Look at the face on O'Loughlin as he kicks on a little bit more. What a ride these young riders have done. They've been in the lead for a long, long time today. They kind of joined up with 8 laps to go, and we're coming in now close to 1 lap of racing to go as Daniel, yet again, a great ride by the American, goes to the front.
Yeah, this was a brave move by all of these riders earlier on today, and you know, they really are starting to have to fight for this. 3 hours and 19 minutes of racing already. 17.4 kilometres to go, and it's under half a minute. These riders out front, they're fairly sure, they know that this is going to come back together now at this point in the race, but they don't stop. You know, as a bike rider, that's what you do, and we see it even when they're well within sight. They just sit there and they keep going. Just looking here, the Norwegian team now, you know, they're all drinking, they're doing a lot of work. All of these riders just starting to top up just to make sure in this final stage of the race that they don't run out of energy.
You have to admire the way this Norwegian team are riding. They look very, very good indeed. They seriously have made sure that they are looking after their team leader. They look at the front now, and we see the group of 8 who are desperately trying to stay, 7 who are desperately trying to stay away. We lost the Colombian rider a little while ago. He was dropped. On the front then is still Gregory Daniel. He's trying to keep the pressure off there. 2 riders who could win this race. Thanks, Adrian Hederman. Just a reminder about Colin Joyce, also of USA. But Nielsen Paulus has been the biggest winner of the American team this season. Norway still with all riders intact. Germany now with 1 rider coming forward. They're all talking. They're trying to bring their sprint train ready for their sprinters. They've got 2 possible riders in here in Ackermann and Bauhaus. They've already seen Tony Martin take a gold medal. They've also seen their teammate in this race, the German time trialist Marco Matisse, win a medal. So They're coming round now, and we have got 7 riders in the lead in this World Championship. And this time we're going to get the bell, Rob, with 1 lap of racing to go. We've got 15.2 kilometres to decide who is the world champion. And we've still got a peloton of 147 riders who could win this world title. And that's going to be good for a call at the sprint finish.
Yeah, here we go. You can see the teams really starting to get themselves up near the front now. They have to get themselves organised. If you're out of position on this final lap, then if it's not over, but you're just giving yourself so much more work to do with all these bends coming up. 1 lap to go. There are 20, let's remind ourselves, on this circuit, you will hit either a roundabout or a bend 24 times on this final circuit. So, you know, that's an awful lot of extra work you're going to have to do, negotiate on this circuit if you're a little bit too far back, especially if there are teams on the front who have still got the strength and the speed. Here they're bunching up. That's normal. We've seen it every lap because it's a big, wide, open, pretty much a boulevard type road. But once we get to the twists and turns and the braking and then the accelerating out of that, that's where we will really see this peloton start to stretch out and riders out the back, well, they're just going to lose contact with the wheel in front.
1 lap of racing to go. 22 seconds now is the advantage for the leaders. They're going to be reeled in by the peloton led by Norway. The Norwegian team looking very, very good indeed. Coming forward now, the arrival of Great Britain with James Shaw, who's riding next year for Lotto Soudal. He comes forward to the front of the peloton to take control. He's going to do a massive turn. Behind him, Gabe's Culleg. Behind Gabe's Culleg is the arrival of Chris Latham, their sprinter, coming into the wheels. Jonathan Dibben is there as well. 20 seconds now is the advantage. Give us your predictions at Antmacross and at Rob Hales 1. We've got 1 lap of racing to go. In around about 18 minutes, we're going to know exactly who's going to be the world champion at the under-23s. Last year's winner went to France, Le Danois. Before that, it was Norway with Sven-Erik Bystrom. Slovenia won with Matej Morik. You may remember as he went into the Super Tuck, pedalling downhill. Chris Froome copied his style in the Tour de France this year. Lysenko of Kazakhstan won in 2012. Before that, it was Arnaud Demar. Before that was Michael Matthews. You win the under-23 World Championship and you're going to be one of the biggest names in the sport. As we see now the peloton come round over these little paving area with Great Britain at the head of the peloton.
Well, this is the point where we really see that position where it's crucial. You know, riders further back, out of position, you've got an awful lot of work to do as Michael O'Loughlin does another big turn. The Iranian rider has finally dropped off, so it looks like we're now down to 6 riders from this front group. So close, yet so far from the finish. 13.3 kilometres to go. Now well within sight of the front of this chasing peloton, and here, well, they'll be able to look each other in the eye, won't they, as they go up. And well, when you're in that group there, you've been out there all day, and you look across to your left, and you see that peloton so close to you. You just know the inevitable is going to happen, and it's going to happen very soon, but they will still try and they will push off as best they can and just try and stay out there for as long as they can.
16 seconds, 12.9 kilometres to go. Great Britain at the front of the peloton, trying to bring forward Chris Latham, who just won a stage of the Olympias Tour. He's in the wheels. Behind them now, Italy look quite keen on getting the initiative as they go in towards the finishing line. Have Great Britain hit the front too early? 12.7 kilometres is a long, long way to be in the lead. Norway quite happy now for another country to take the initiative, Rob.
Yeah, well, it was Norway, wasn't it, who done pretty much most of the work up to now, but it has been taken over by Great Britain, so they can just sit back in the wheels, the Norwegians now, just sit back and recover. Spain as well, putting in a few riders just right up there, and here you can see where riders now moving up on the left-hand side of the peloton, just trying to fight for that position. Let's hope that we don't revert back to the crashes that we saw earlier on in the race. And now this is where we see Patrick Muller now, the Swiss rider. He doesn't want to hang back. He wants to go on the attack, and it's O'Loughlin who goes with him.
Muller and O'Loughlin. O'Loughlin now dives to the right-hand side of the road in the green of Ireland, trying to go clear. They're trying to use the element of surprise, so when the peloton catch them, they think they've caught everybody, and then there's two riders who've sneaked away. Great Britain look like they've just calmed down. They know they can catch this, and they've gone, right, now it's someone else who can take the initiative.
This is where it's going to start to get dangerous now, because for all of these teams, you know, you're all across the road. They can see the group ahead of them. They know that it's going to come back with only 14 seconds. But who is going to take the initiative? Because once a team now goes on the attack, goes on the front, and if it strings out, you can find yourself a long way back then. You can find yourself 30th, 40th wheel back. And there we go. It was the last-ditched attempt, wasn't it, by Incorn to try and steer clear, but he is now gone.
5 riders in the lead. Muller, Gregory Daniel, Michael O'Loughlin of Ireland in the front group. Uwazai of Rwanda, what a great ride he's done today. And Muller of Switzerland, those riders still at the front of this World Championship. 11 kilometres to go. 12 seconds is now the advantage for the leading riders, but the peloton can see them. And Great Britain have asked another team to go to the front to bring it back. They brought it back with Spain to a manageable advantage. But now it is closing up very, very quickly. A couple of riders who were in the original breakaway being caught now by the Norwegian team, who have again taken on the initiative at the front of the race. Looks like the United States of America also near the front. The Spanish team just surfing in the wheels. We are heading now towards the final 10 kilometres of racing to go to decide this World Championship. And it's only a few metres now. Any minute, the five leaders who remained at the front of the race, some of whom have been in the lead now for 143 kilometres, are about to be caught. Nathan van Hooydonk is dropped by the peloton. He's unable to go with the move, and the peloton is now all together with 10 kilometres to go.
Well, here you can see how quick that stretches out, and if you find yourself just going across the roundabout now in that kind of group of riders to the right of our screen, that's where it's difficult, and they're a long way back now. You know, it was only around about a kilometre ago where those riders could have been right on the front line of the peloton. But once it stretches out, that's it. You go further and further back. An awful lot of riders being dropped as well out the back of the peloton as the riders came back across the front of the up the other way past the finish line and past our commentary box. There was at least one Australian rider who was dropped with a group of 3 or 4 others. So Australia are now down one man as well. Couldn't quite see his number from where we were, but there are a lot of riders starting to struggle, and it's no wonder. It's been quite a ferocious race out there, and this circuit really has started to take its toll.
It's really hurting the legs. The arrival of France now with Cavagna, who is going to ride for Ethics next season, a winner of a stage of the Tour of Berlin, a stage of Morban as well. France have not seen the front all day today. They do this every single time. They sit in the wheels, and they have won this title on a few occasions. Norway, the rider on the front who's doing the work, has done an incredible job, has been on the front on and off for about the last 50 kilometres of this race, and is still there towing the white-clad Norwegians along and trying to bring them a world title. If they can get a medal here, they'll be extremely pleased, but they want the world title with the pre-race favourite Halvorsen. Thank you for joining us today on Twitter. So many of you messaged us in during this 160 odd kilometres of commentary, nearly 4 hours as we wait now for the big one. Who's going to take it? France arrive, but it's still a bit dicey here, Rob, because the tempo is not ultra fast.
No, it's you know, it's not really quick at the moment. It doesn't have to be, does it? Because it's just about trying to hold position here. You can see riders, you know, with the amount of bends here, these roundabouts going straight over. Do you go to the left? Do you go to the right? Because sometimes there can be at least 2 or 3 bike lengths difference in one side or another. The Italians gesticulating. Well, there's a surprise. And Great Britain now, you can just see them on the right-hand side just going out of shot. But France, they're there, right in the centre. Colombia, Spain, but still on the front with that control. They've done an absolutely fantastic ride, the Norwegian riders. up the front there. They've done such a good job and an awful lot of work. If Halverson cannot repay them with a win, then, well, that'll be a real shame for them. They'll be devastated with that.
There's a few riders bouncing off each other there. I just noticed there's some shoulders going in. It's all, as Rob just said, it's about position right now. It's about staying near the front. It's about keeping your sprinter in the right wheels, and it's about hitting the front in the perfect moment. Italy coming forward. Now the arrival on the left-hand side as we see other teams arriving, with Russia bringing one of their riders through. Belgium also. Germany arriving on the left-hand side. A big move by Germany as they bring their sprinter forward to try and win this world title. Oh, they go left and right of the roundabout. That time, one rider suddenly last minute deciding to go left. It looked like he was going to go right. Norway still with the initiative on the front. Germany arrive nice and safely. Here come France on the right-hand side. Switzerland also there.
Yeah, it looks like one of the German riders is at their sprinter there. He just got himself on the front now, but he was distanced for a little bit. That was a little bit of a harder job there. The German rider right now on the front, one of the lead-out guys in the yellow helmet. But they have got so much strength in depth for this type of riding. The time trialists that they've got within this group, and we know that they're all on form. But the French now, they're massing up near the front. We haven't seen them at all, have we?
No.
All day. They've just been sat within the wheels, getting a little bit of an armchair ride. It's not an easy day by any means. Just to stay within this group has been difficult, but they haven't pushed the wind. They haven't committed to this on the front. They've just sat, waited and bided their time.
Let's see who's going to take this title. Germany on the front with their time trialists trying to lead this one out. We're going to see the French in the wheels. Norway still there. Great Britain seem to have been washed away a little bit. Colombia arriving with their sprinter Milano. I can see also Jason Lowndes of Australia. He's right on the wheel of his lead-out train. He's tucked in just behind. You might be able to just see the shoulders of the kit of Australia. It is now Germany, 6.3 kilometres to go. Well, Rob, we can just see the finish line. Let's hope we can spot the winner. 6.2 kilometres of racing left in this World Championship. It's Germany, Norway, France kicking on a little bit. Just behind them, Spain look to have been a little bit in disarray. They don't look to have this organised for their sprinter, and I don't see the lead-out train of Great Britain, but the Italians now arrive.
Well, I tell you, this is the last opportunity to take a drink, but good luck with that. The speed that they are going through here, it really is impressive. And now is that France who have taken over. The German rider who was on the front looked to be riding a nice tempo, looked fairly well in control, but as the further back down the peloton you look, gaps opening up, the faces, all sorts of shapes being pulled amongst riders. They really were driving, and now it's France. This is the first time we've seen them. They've picked their moment. 5.3 kilometres to go, and they really are stretching this out on this 180-degree roundabout.
This is a big surge by the French team. Remy Cavagna's their sprinter. 5K with only 3 riders is a big, big ask. I wonder whether they've hit the front far too early. France leading, followed by one rider from Norway. Behind that, the Germans are there. They go through 5 kilometres to go. It's 1-1 long line as all these riders grapple for wheels. The French absolutely in control. But to do a 4K pursuit in this heat surely is a massive ask. I think they've hit the front far too early.
Well, they've done an awful lot of damage, haven't they? And they've put pressure on everybody else, but they've also put pressure on themselves, and they've lost a man. He's swung off, but he's trying to get himself back in. He will try and recover, and that is that Greek rider just touches the wheel around about 30th wheel back, just looking up the line. The Australians, that was just behind the Australian riders. There's a couple of GB jerseys there. They're up there, but Norway and a big crash further back down the peloton. One of the French riders has...
Two of the French. Oh, well,
Luxembourg, sorry.
Well, a few riders have hit the deck here. Pit Lader is one of them. Yeah, there was... it was the first...
Oh, he hit the barriers. Sorry, and he hit the barriers there. They just come along, and the barrier, and he hit the end one there with his handlebars. And that's it. There's no recovery from that.
No, absolutely no recovery. 4 kilometres to go now. That looked really painful. Well, the barriers have got flat legs. They've got everything. But if you're tired, then you are going to make mistakes, and there's a few mistakes going to happen before this finish. This is a world title that is coming up now. Norway are back in control of the front of this race now. What a race they've done. The French have been washed away. They went far too early, but Remy Cavagna back on the wheels. Still the Italians are saying, I want to lead out. I need some help. Moresco asking for a little bit of help in here from his Italian team, but has anyone got the legs to help him out? I'm not sure. Suddenly the pace goes completely out of the front of the race as they go round this right-hander, and now they accelerate hard out. Still Norway with the initiative. Who's going to win this world title? 3.4 kilometres to go. The best organised team right now look like Germany, and then Norway, who seem to have this all under control.
Yep, Norway on the front again, and that point in the race where they have to slow down after the amount of sprinting, the amount of effort that they've had to do to try and keep position and try and put pressure on everybody else. They go into that dead turn. That's where the heat really does start to hit you, and then you accelerate out of that, and you can see riders, they're just starting to try and regroup, starting to get themselves back up, but it's going to be difficult because of the amount of speed that's being put on the front of the bunch.
Well, the Italian rider asking for more help, but at some point you've just got to say, okay, there is no help. I've got to go and just surf the wheels and hope. The Netherlands arrive. The Netherlands sprinter is there. I think that's Bol of the Netherlands who's up there now. Kees Bol goes to the front. Or it might be Jan Willem van Schip, though, who's also there, wearing number 54, arrives at the front of the race. There's a group around about 35, 40 riders who you kind of get the sense of the riders are going to go for this. The long tail of the peloton is riders are just hanging on. They're not really in the race. The arrival, if you look on the right-hand side, the little yellow and green flecks of Australia as they bring Jason Lowndes to the front. It looks like they've got things organised. 2.2 kilometres to go to decide who's going to be the world champion at under 23. Who's going to take this one? This is going to be a furious sprint into the finishing line. 2 kilometres to go.
Don't forget, we've still got a couple of bends to go as well. So this is one of the reasons why position is so crucial. The Americans there on the left-hand side. Jonathan Dibben for Great Britain starts to move up.
Dibben moves up yet.
Where is Latham? Latham's just being distanced from him, so they need to get themselves together. This is the other thing. It's no good having really strong lead-out men, really strong sprinters and lead-outs if you cannot get yourselves together.
1.6 kilometres to go. It's Germany who have the front of the race now. This is a big sprint. The arrival of the German sprint train onto the wheels still of the Norwegians with, of course, Halvorsen. Halvorsen has been the pre-race favourite. Is he going to bring them home the gold medal to add to Sven-Erik Byström and Kurt Halvorsen and other medals they've won with the likes of Sondre Enger? Any moment now we're going to hit the red kite with 1 kilometre of racing to go. Still Norway, what a race they have put in today. They go round the final couple of turns. It is going to be Norway and Germany. Here we go, 1 kilometre to go.
So it's all the way up now. They're finishing straight. Don't forget, it's got that big sweeping right-hander to come. They're out of sight at the moment from the line, but it's a big fight now. A lot of nations. Italy up the front, Germany as well.
It's the arrival of the German sprint train. Oh, and they're all leaning on each other. The Colombian sprinter is also in there. Milano is looking, a big crash as one of the Belgian riders hits the deck. He had just been on the front and he is washed away. This is going to be really dicey now as the Germans try to bring their sprinter forward. Here come the Australians with Jason Lowndes. What a sprint by the Australians. That was a perfect lead out there by the Australian sprint train. They're going for the line now. Who is going to take this one? A big move by the Norwegian on the right-hand side, but it's a German sprinter in the middle. It's going to be a photograph. It's Norway. I think it's Halvorsen who takes it. What a ride by the rider from Norway. Christopher Halvorsen takes the world title. What a perfect sprint. The Germans are banging the bars. What an absolutely brilliant sprint by the Norwegians to take that victory today.
There we can see that looks like Erminot, the French rider who clashed with the Belgium on the run-in. At that point they were absolutely flying. And, well, that was it. There's no coming back from that, was there? But what a finish. That was a big, big sprint. As expected, it all came down to a big group finish.
What a fantastic sprint that was. He got that absolutely right. Halvorsen of Norway just powering his way through to take the victory. They led for about the last 50 kilometres. What a win.
That's what it means. An awful lot of work there. We said if he didn't take the victory that, well, that would be a big disappointment for them and the amount of work that the team had done. But he was able to do it. He was able to deliver.
What a race. 3 hours, 40 minutes and 53 seconds. He left it so late to go. Pascal Ackermann was in second place for Germany. It looked like Moresco of Italy in third wheel. But as we take this one in, Rob, all the Norwegian riders had swung off. There was a massive crash there. A lot of riders hitting the deck. There was a big touch of wheels behind.
Yeah, getting caught on the barriers there. And, you know, at that point, that was, you know, disastrous for them. And, you know, how much did that affect the other riders as well? But that was a big, messy finish, a big, fast finish, and no doubt everybody else from the races. We could just see Chris Latham there on the right-hand side getting bumped and barged, just getting himself pushed out. Or is it Dibben? It could be Dibben, actually.
Dibben ends up in the top 10 riders, I think, in this World Championship, because Latham got washed away totally on the run into the finish. It is Dibben who's just in the wheels, but he just couldn't find a gap. Look at the German sprinter. How did he get through that gap?
Absolutely incredible. The Australians there trying to lead their man out, Jason Lowndes, and he ended up 6th in the end, just running out of legs at the finish. But there, that's the battle with the three big sprinters. Germany, what? 2nd and 4th, but just missing out, and it was Halvorsen, Christopher Halvorsen, who was able. There you go, photo finish.
Oof. Half a wheel. Halvorsen of Norway wins. Pascal Ackermann of Germany in 2nd. Moresco of Italy was in 3rd. They're the riders we've been mentioning all day. Phil Bauhaus, a great sprint by him for Germany. It's a hard sprint, isn't it, Rob, when you look at this?
Yeah, it's, you know, slightly uphill. I walked that earlier on today. Here, obviously, you can really see it from that dip with around about 150 metres to go. A real powerful finish there. The Brit on Dibben just missing out there. But he got himself a top 10. But it was all about that man, and you can see what it meant. His teammate, his lead-out man, he saw it. What a win.
Well, the team, you have to admire the way they rode that race. They did everything. They rode tempo on the front when it mattered. They took the initiative, the entire team. The faith was put in their sprinter, and it was absolutely perfect. You couldn't ask as a team manager for a better race. They absolutely did everything right.
They deserve a party, those guys, a big party after that. And there you can see one or two of the crash victims just coming in from that crash with only a few hundred metres to go there. Christophe Knoop from Belgium gets himself in.
Well, what a great race. Just 3 hours, 40 minutes. Let's hear now from the winner, Christopher Halvorsen of Norway.
Christopher, you're a world champion. It's an amazing day for you. Can you, first of all, take us through that sprint?
Yeah, it was a very hard sprint, but yeah, the team did an amazing job. So and I got the wheel of the German rider, so yeah, it was perfect.
Yeah, we did indeed see the Norwegian team throughout the race, be at the front. They were really working hard for you. That must be a massive satisfaction to win for them as well.
Yeah, they was so good today. So yeah, this was a team victory. Yeah.
Can you believe it? Can you believe that you're a world champion?
No, it's yeah, I'm just so happy. Yeah.
I suppose this is a bit of a dream. This is what you've been working for a long time to manage to do that. That must be amazing.
Yeah, the course was pretty good for me, flat and a lot of corners, and yeah, so this was a big goal for me this year, and yeah, it's incredible. Yeah.
It opens door for an even brighter future now. What are your dreams for the future to come?
My dream is to to win the worlds by the elite. So yeah, speechless.
Norway has been doing very well in the under 23 categories. Bistrom in Ponferrada, you again. What's the secret of Norway?
I don't know. I think we are very good to we are train very hard, and so yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for my.
Pretty speechless, Christopher Halvorsen, very tired I can imagine as well, racing for 3 hours 40 minutes. It was a great finish.
It was a big finish. It didn't disappoint, did it?
No, not at all.
As you know, as we expected, a big group finish. That break went out there, did its best to stay out there, but it was very well judged, pretty much by these guys here as a team. You know, they had a little bit of help from one or two of the other nations at times, but they did, you know, if you were to work out the percentage, these guys here certainly did more than their fair share, and it was repaid by that man. And well, you wouldn't put it past him, would it, in the future to possibly become the world champion for the elites? And certainly a big future for that man there, Christopher Halvorsen from Norway.
There's your top 10. Halvorsen of Norway takes the title. Ackermann of Germany in second. Moresco of Italy in third. Then it was Bauhaus, Janssen, Lowndes, Garcia, Nomela, Dibben and Banasek, who were the riders who took the top 10 places. Here's your rundown of the top 20. Colin Joyce of United States of America there in 16th place. Maui Kudus of Eritrea in 20th. And here's the rest of the top 30 riders. Marco Matisse has already ridden well here in the last few days, takes 24th place. Mads Wertschmidt, a former champion, he's 31st. Chris Latham of Britain, 35th. And Jan Willem van Schip, 40th. A few of those riders been held up by that crash on the run into the finishing line. Miles Scottson, I think it was Miles who led out Jason Lowndes and brought him to the front of the race to put him in position. Yeah, we could certainly see the Aussie boys really getting themselves together in that final run-in, but just missing out there on a medal. Very close, but Jason Lowndes for Australia, you know, showing that we were right to be talking about him and bigging him up. Be very disappointed, I'm sure, to get so close yet so far, but that's it. There's only place for 3 people, unfortunately, on the rostrum. And here we can see that big lead out, 1 kilometre to go, and anybody at the bottom of the screen now, they really are out of position. And obviously with that crash as well that happens within a few hundred metres on this as they go round this right-hander, everybody's starting to, you know, group up, try and go round. We've got one of the Norwegian riders starting to go back who's led out, and there you can see the crash just at the bottom of the screen, and that's it. It's game over for any of those guys. Hopefully they're all okay and they are able to pick themselves up, but you can hear it. If you're up ahead, you can hear it, but at this point, that's it. You just don't, you know, you don't look back, and there you can see the Australians starting to move up, but they just ran out of legs in the final few hundred metres. You can just see riders waiting to see if a gap's going to open. Those riders who've just been boxed in, desperately hoping that something happens and there's a move. You could see the likes of the Colombian, the British rider, and others just desperately hoping that something would happen. But you had to be on the train of Halvorsen and Ackermann. If you weren't on that train, then it was game over. The Italian rider, Jacob Moresco, finally decided to just sprint for himself, and it worked, because he got the bronze medal. Big punch of the air there. World champion. And that's the thing, with the pressure as well. And there you can see one of the French riders not quite up yet. Is that a collarbone, the way that he's holding his left arm there? And Belgian rider, that's a shot there, isn't it? 1 minute he was going for the title, the next minute the bike was up there on the side of the barriers. It was Corentin Hermano, the French rider, standing, or one of the Irish riders also on the deck. Don't know who that was.
Well, that's the thing. They've got themselves, you know, you get that far, you go all that way, and then on the run-in. But that's one of the reasons why you have to keep your wits about you, keep your teammates around you, and guide you through. But once you get into that latter stages, it's just can be so much luck as well involved. But to a certain extent, you make your own luck. And these three guys, well, they were the ones who were able to just get themselves through and get themselves up on the podium. What a big, big battle. And, well, this is the first of the road races that we've seen. It hasn't disappointed, and a lot more to come.
No, I think we're going to see some great racing over the next few days. Certainly if it's sprints like this, it's going to be incredible. The run into the finish, bumping and barging. You imagine if we end up at the weekend with some of the races there with some bunch sprints, there is going to be shoulders and elbows everywhere.
Oh, there are going to be some good lead-out trains, aren't there? What are we going to have? We're going to have Belgium, we're going to have Great Britain, Australia, Germany. Germany might be there.
Yeah,
I'm sure, no doubt. It's going to be a huge, huge battle. And, well, there's a few big guys in that peloton. And, well, as we've seen in the opening couple of laps here as well, it's, you know, it's crucial that you get yourself through there. Obviously on the elites and the women's, they've got a bit of a run into this final circuit, but today it was based all on this circuit, the time trial circuit that we've seen up to now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens when you've got that long road between the start and then the circuit, whether it will actually do anything or whether it'll come down to a sprint.
If the wind blows, if it picks up,
the race will split to pieces. The podium ceremony then of the Under-23 Men's Road Race.
Doha 2016, course sur route, messieurs, moins de 23 ans. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Road World Championships Doha 2016 Men's Under-23 Road Race.
Go segment 4.
Bronze medal winner representing Italy, Jakub Maresco. The medals and jersey.
Bronze medalist Jakub Maresco of Italy
member Tom Van Dam
takes the bronze medal for the Italians. Last year, the silver medal went to Italy with Simone Consoni. Italy, 13 medals in these championships, now 14.
Silver medal winner representing Germany, Pascal Ackermann.
Pascal Ackermann takes the silver medal for Germany. They haven't featured too much in these Under-23 Road Championships. John Degenkolb was the silver medalist in 2010.
Gold medal winner and world champion representing Norway, Kristoffer Halvorsen.
Kristoffer Halvorsen is the world champion. The Norwegians are happy. It's just great to be part of a team who can produce a ride like that.
And it really is. And, you know, to have been able to deliver that, have that pressure coming in, you know, pre-race favourite, certainly one of the favourites. And there you go, there's the fans. Is that Mum? Could very well be.
A lot of emotion.
Yeah. And, you know, it's really good to have got yourself through that. And, you know, this is learning ground for these guys. And there will be one or two lessons learnt the hard way. But for this guy here, for his nation, you can see his teammates down there just watching over the ceremony, and rightly so. That was a team effort and very well played out.
Yeah, it was a massive team effort today by Norway. They rode everything perfectly. They were quite calm. They took the initiative when they needed to. Then they were quite happy to let a couple of other teams do the work. But they still had enough in the legs to bring the train forward when it needed to be. I think these guys also have dealt with the conditions very, very well indeed.
Watch presenter.
The watch, kindly donated by Tissot, is now presented. to the gold medalist.
Already the bronze medalist and silver medalist are on the podium, and we wait for Christopher Halvorsen to be presented with a special gift before he stands on the top step of the podium as the new world champion at under 23.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'hymne de la Norvège.
The national anthem of Norway.
The national anthem of Norway.
Christopher Halvorsen, a world champion. Perfect race for Norway today. There's our podium with the silver and the bronze medalists from Germany and Italy.
Please acknowledge all our medalists. Jakub Maresco of Italy, Pascal Ackermann of Germany, and the world champion from Norway, Christopher Halvorsen.
Well, tomorrow we have the junior races, then we turn our attention at the weekend to the women's elite race and then the men's elite race on Sunday. The juniors, women 74.5 kilometres, the junior men 135.5, and all held on this circuit. They'll pose for the photographs now. Norway producing another great sprinter in the guise of Alexander Kristoff and Torshov. They seem to produce some very powerful bike riders. And Halvorsen now will sign the rainbow jersey as is customary.
Can you go around the other side?
So get the big one, okay?
Smile here when you're doing it. Good man, good man.
Okay. Thank you very much.
A few photographs for the new world champion. Now he's got lots of interviews to do. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a great day of racing, and we're going to leave you the highlights of the first of our road races here in Doha. From Rob Hales and myself, Anthony McCrossan, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure bringing you a great race. We'll talk to you again soon. Bye for now.